All right, I think that's the end. Had a little bit of fun recording some Scottish Irish style music early this morning. I wanted to have something I could put on that would kind of build the flavor for a machine that came out of Scotland, even though it's branded coming out of the UK. So good morning to everybody. Happy Saturday. And glad you could join for this special educational, informative, become a quasi electrician type person during this live stream. I'm going to be talking a little bit about the difference between 220 and 110/125 volt. As you build your collection, you might find yourself on a site where they're promoting machines that are European based. And if they're promoting machines that are European based, in all likelihood, those machines are going to be set up to run between 220 and 250 volts. So what's the big deal there? What's the difference? Well, the difference can be dramatic. The difference can be dramatic when you're talking about moving from one region of the world to another, and the way you have to set up your sewing machine so that you can enjoy that machine regardless of where you are, but not be fearful of causing damage or harm to your machine. And most of you have heard my story about living in Germany, and when I first arrived there and I was going through all the unpacking, and anyone that's ever moved and done unpacking, you know what an arduous, tedious process that is, and you need something to bring calm and to bring peace to the situation. And so I decided I was going to plug my clock radio in while I was unpacking in a small town in Germany. If anyone wants to look it up for fun, a small town in Germany called Mittelbuchen, Germany, very close to Erlensee. So I plug it in and I go to turn it on, and for just a second I hear something that might be music, and then it makes a loud zinging sound and a pop. And that's how I began my journey of learning about the significance of voltage when it comes to sewing machines. And on the bench here, you can see a couple of things. I'll just kind of point them out for you. You can see two different motors. You can see an interesting little box over here. You can see two adapter plugins that look very different as you look at them. The one on top is one that you would be used to seeing on a Singer sewing machine. Could be anything from a featherweight to a 201. And on the bottom, you see a very different kind of plug-in adapter that's designed for the European marketplace. And you can see right away as you look at the two, they stand out as very distinct and different. And also the wiring is distinct and different when you're setting one of these up. When you're setting one of these up, if you're setting it up for the US, you can easily go with 18 or 16 gauge wiring. 18 or 16 gauge will work very nicely for wiring most any US-based machine. Even light industrial ones will run very nicely with 18 or 16 gauge wiring. That's going to cover you up to about 3 amps of energy running through those wires, which is more than enough in most cases. More than enough. But when you're wiring something like this, that's coming from the European marketplace, this wiring right here is not going to be 18 or 16 gauge. It's going to be 8 gauge wiring for 220 volts up to 250 volts. So the wiring is a lot heavier when you're coming with European machines to the US. Much, much heavier. Again, if you don't understand the gauge thing when it comes to wiring, the lower the number, the heavier that wire is, the more of the wrap on that wire is to be able to handle much heavier loads all the way up to 300 amps with the heaviest of the heavy wiring that generally is available for commercial use when wiring really big, huge machines. So when you're looking at taking a machine like this one that we're going to look at today that came from the European marketplace, some of you might remember I posted a video montage showing some beautiful machines that were from Hamburg, Germany, that belonged to one of our family members that doesn't have a chance to join us very often any longer for health reasons. But his name is Robert. Any of you remember Robert from Germany? He joined us many, many times on the YouTube live streams, and I think his screen name had something like Olympic something blah 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 or something like that. But Robert and I became good friends, and he shared with me that he was looking to downsize his collection, and he had a 222K that he was considering selling, but he wanted it to go through the workshop magic first. And so Robert, his original plan was to send this machine right here to me in the US, have me do my magic to it, have me optimize the motor. Even though it was a 220 motor, I could still do that. And then he wanted me to ship the machine back to him so he could put it up on the European equivalent of eBay and then sell the machine. And I said to Robert, I said, you know what? Rather than go through all that, you're looking to part with this machine anyway, right? And he said, yes. I think he said, ja, as we say in German. He said, ja, das ist richtig. Yeah, this is correct. And so I said to him, I said, why don't you just sell me your machine? Sell me your machine and give me the savings for the cost of what it would have cost to clear coat the machine, to service the machine, to ship and return the machine to you in Germany. And then what I'll do is I'll give it the workshop magic, and then I'll offer it to one of our family members that's in the US. Once I convert it from European setup to US setup. And the first thing I'll say is you don't necessarily have to do that. You don't necessarily, if you buy a European machine, you don't have to necessarily convert it to US. You can operate it very, very nicely with a magic box like this, just on your sewing table, and buy any machine around the world, even if its voltage is anywhere from 220 all the way up to 250 volts. You can get a little box like this. It's called a step up, step down converter. And a step up, step down converter like this, or I think it's actually branded transformer. So this step up, step down transformer is going to give you the ability to operate US voltage equipment by just plugging it in like I am right here. And I have this this featherweight convertible plugged into this step up, step down converter right now. Or you can plug in something that has a special adapter, kind of like this. See if I can get my hands on it. A specialized adapter like this that would be very, very typical in the United Kingdom, Australia, and a couple of other places will have similar adapters to this. I think France's adapter is a little bit different, and other European places might have a unique adapter plug-in as well. But ultimately, with an adapter like this, with a plug-in like this, you're going to be anticipating running that sewing machine between 220 to 250 volts. And I've talked about this before on other live streams. When you're looking at two motors like this on the outside, they look virtually identical until you read the data plates. And then all of a sudden, this one here that's wired for the European marketplace, you can see that it's only rated at, well, let me ask it in the form of a question before I give you the answer. Let me ask it in the form of a question before I give you the answer. These are two motors. This one is set up for the European marketplace. This one is set up for the US. What is your guess? What is your guess as far as the amperage rating on these two motors. If you want to just type it in the live chat, what is the European motor going to be rated at as far as amperage? 0.6, 0.8, 0.9, less, more? What about the US motor that's designed for the featherweight 221 and the 222K? What is that motor going to be rated at? How are they different in relation to that amperage rating that the motor has on that data plate? So if you know the answer to that, type it in the live chat. And if you don't, that's okay. I'll give you the answer. And then we'll talk a little bit more about this step up, step down transformer. And you'll be, I think, surprised how easy they are to use and how inexpensive they are. How inexpensive and how easy they are to use. Really quite shocking. I was as I stepped into that space. I'll also show you as well that along with the step up, step down transformer, you get additional adapters like this one right here, where this is designed where you can plug a US plug into here that has a polarized contact, and then you can plug it into the outlet. This type of setup is used very commonly in Germany. This is the type of plug-in that I used all the time when I was living in Germany. And the only thing you have to be careful of is that appliance or device that you're plugging into this adapter, and then you're plugging it into that 220, 230 voltage in Germany. You've got to make sure that that appliance is dual voltage so that it can handle that boost of voltage. Otherwise, when you plug this in, it's going to fry that device, just like I did with that clock radio when I first arrived in Germany and was learning my lessons of being in a very different place, operating on a very different voltage and having a very different setup as far as using equipment and those daily devices that we count on, that we depend on, whether it's a coffee or anything else. You got to be real careful about these adapters. They're readily available. They're very convenient. But if your device, again, is not dual voltage, you're going to destroy it by plugging it into that 220, 230 voltage. So be real careful. Be very, very careful. All right, let me take a look at the chat and see what folks are saying. Okay, so it looks like Tim jumped into this, and I should real quick, since I'm right here looking at the laptop anyway, before I turn it over to the leadership team, quick say my good mornings and my greetings to folks, to say glad you're here on this Saturday morning. So let me go all the way to the top of the chat, and I'll start by saying good morning to Susie, who yes was the very first in the classroom this morning. No surprise. Susie makes it look,
that was easy.
Makes it look really easy to be early to class and to make sure that everything is all ready for the family to arrive. So thank you to Susie for doing that. Good morning also to my favorite lady in Vermont, my dear friend Erin Allen. Great to have Erin here this morning. Also, good morning to Emma, who I believe is at work today. And I think she said early this morning to say she was going to try to listen in on the live stream and maybe even interact a little bit as she's able without, in any way affecting her work. And then she sent me a follow-up text saying, oops, I forgot my earbuds. I forgot my earbuds, so I may not be involved in the live stream today, but I see that she popped in anyway to say hello to the family, which I certainly appreciate. Let's see who else we have. Good morning also to Teresa. And Teresa and I were chatting last night via text, and we were chatting about her puppy, a beautiful pit bull. I should show you a picture of her puppy if I can pull it up real quick. We were also talking about the fundraiser that we did for the Humane Society here in the Oconto area. If you don't know about that, it's underneath one of the playlists, labeled like a fundraiser. But in about 10, to show you how dedicated and how kind and how generous and how loyal the Cow Country family is. We had over $6,400 raised to help out the local Oconto shelter for animals that's right in my neck of the woods. And people from around the country donated because they love critters. And part of that, I told Teresa, and she really got excited about it because she has had a number of pit bulls. I said there were two pit bulls in particular that had been long-term residents of that shelter. They could not be adopted. No one wanted to adopt them because of the bad, the bad junk that's being spread out there about pit bulls being vicious and blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. Well, I decided to go against the grain during this fundraiser, as some of you remember. And my friend Richard and another gentleman that was on the board of directors for the Humane Society, they said, what dogs would you like to show on camera? What dogs would you like to feature so that we can promote this fundraiser? Because it was right in the middle of the pandemic. Right in the middle of the pandemic, shelters around the country were struggling because they couldn't let people in to see the pets, but they had all those bills coming in. And so we decided in a very awkward time to step in and say, we're going to help. And I said to the board of directors member and also to Richard, I want the dogs that have been most difficult to adopt out. I want those dogs. And no surprise, they were two pit bulls. One of them was Diamond, and I forget the other dog's name, but they had been in there over 6 months. No one wanted them because of the bad rap that pit bulls get. Well, guess what? And I told Teresa this, and she got so excited. I told her, I said, we decided to feature those two dogs, and within 24 hours of us doing a video clip showing Diamond and the other pit bull, someone locally saw that. They went in, they met those beautiful dogs, and they fell in love with them, and they gave them a forever home. And I even followed up. The Humane Society sent me pictures. I think it was Diamond that was just sprawled out, making it home on their new owner's bed and just loving life. So, we can make a difference. We don't have to be a big army to make a big difference. We don't have to be a big army. We just have to be compassionate, caring, dedicated, action-oriented people in the Cow Country family. And we can be transformative in what we're able to do, because we certainly did it in that fundraiser. And we did the same thing in that other fundraiser for the History Museum, also right in the middle of the pandemic, down there in South Bend, Indiana. So never ever doubt the power of a small group of dedicated individuals that share a common love and a passion for a cause, or that common ground factor that they share. Yeah. Okay, I can blah, blah, blah all day long. Let me find Teresa's puppy and see if I can show you her puppy real quick. Hold on. There. Yeah, there. Yeah, there. Oh, and also Teresa also did, you remember that double needle that Schmetz is putting out? And I tried to sew with it a little bit, and it was a total fail. Teresa had success with it. I'm going to post those pictures on Facebook. I'm not going to show them to you now, but I'm going to show you her puppy wearing one of Susie's hats. Matter of fact, one of her latest hats that says the magic of the Cow Country Workshop. And this is Susie's puppy right here. See if you can see that, hopefully. I'm not sure he's happy to be wearing that hat. Ha! I don't know if he's happy to have that hat on or not, but he's doing it for mama. He's doing it for mama. You know what I mean? Let's see if I can show you another picture of this little guy. And if Teresa wants to type his name in the live chat. I've got it in here somewhere in the notes that she sent me, but I don't know if I'll be able to find it readily. I'll show you another picture of this little guy. And this is also a picture of Teresa with her little guy. See if I can do this here. How can you not fall in love with a dog like that? You know what I mean? What a sweetheart of a dog. So, yeah, never buy the hype. Never buy the hype about people bad mouthing certain breeds of dogs. Dogs are like people. If you treat them with love, if you treat them with love and kindness, and you give them the benefit of the doubt, especially as they're adapting to their new home, they're going to make mistakes. And you don't react aggressively. You react with certainly a sternness so that they know that it was wrong, but then you reinforce it by giving them lots of love so that they know they did something wrong, but they know that they can count on you to not give up on them. Because so many people that have had pit bulls, they neglect them, they abuse them, and then they abandon them. They abandon. And what message does a dog get then? Just like a person, they get a message that they're worthless. They get a message that they're not loved, and that makes them frustrated. And ultimately, that makes them angry. And that's when they act out and they do things that then reinforce the negative stereotype that a lot of people have about certain breeds of dogs. So, if you're going to adapt the dog, certainly do your research, but meet that dog or cat or bird or whatever it is, meet that animal on neutral ground with no preconceived notions, no agenda, and just see if you can give that animal a forever home and that you can share that love back and forth to reinforce each other, right? That's what it's about. That's what it's about. So, all right, let me go down the rest of the line and say good morning to everybody. Hopefully, Teresa shared the name of her puppy. Otherwise, if someone let me know that if she didn't, if she had to step away, and I'll go ahead and scroll through our notes from last night when we were texting each other, and I'll let you know the puppy's name. But hopefully, you were able to see the puppy on the screen when I held it up to the camera. Yeah. All right. Who else do we have? Let's see. Oh, good morning also to my dear friend Candido. And Candido did get his package with all the goodies. And he and Rachel, Rutger. Susie just sent me a message saying Rutger, Rutger, Rutger. That's kind of a fun, rah. Rutger just sounds tough to me, you know? Sounds like that, that dog is tough, but also I bet you he's just a sweetheart. Yeah, that's kind of the impression I get with a picture of Teresa and Rutger together is they're just like one. They're like fast friends. And while Rutger might be gentle in spirit because of the influence of Teresa, God help anyone that messes with Teresa, because I'll bet you that side of Rutger, just like any dog protecting its master, look out if you mess around with the family, right? Look out. So yeah, Candido got that package, and I'll have to eventually get some of the pictures and the videos as well up that he and Rachel out in New York shared of that the tote with that Viking 1010 parts machine, and then I threw some other fun stuff in there as well. So I'll see if I can get that up on Facebook real quick. I'll see if I can find the picture. And Susie's already seen this. Susie and Candido communicate all the time, and Candido had shared this picture with Susie as well. So our master hat maker, Susie, has already seen this, but I'll see if I can share it with all of you real quick of Candido and Rachel wearing two of Susie's hats. Let me see if I can find that real quick. Let's see here. Otherwise, I might have Susie text it to me. She just did that. Susie just sent it by text to me. Oh, I did find it. Susie, I found it. I'm going to show mine, but thank you for sending it. Thank you. So here's a picture of our dear friend Candido and his beautiful wife Rachel wearing two of Susie's hats that I sent. I sent it out to New York with all of Candido's goodies. See if that comes into focus, hopefully. Getting this awful glaring from the LED lights, so I hope you can see that okay. I don't know about you, but I just think that they are a good looking couple, don't you? Candido and Rachel are just a good looking couple. They just look like peas and carrots, don't they? And you can just tell that they are so much in love. And Candido, when we were first getting to know each other, long before he joined the leadership team, he shared openly with me the absolute adoration, the absolute everlasting love that he has for his wife. And I know that it's mutual. So it's so nice in today's world where there's so much negativity to see a couple like that has that love that just bubbles to the surface. Yeah, and it's not taking a picture, it's reflecting what's in their hearts. Don't you agree? It's reflecting what's in their hearts as you see them side by side like that, doing a selfie of these hats, but you look at their faces and you just go, man, oh man, they are sweeter than a donut on each other. I think that's a new phrase that I just made up. They're sweeter than a donut on each other. That probably makes sense to no one other than me, but you get the idea. So, all right. Good morning also to good morning to Tim. Tim already. Great to have Tim here. And Tim had also ventured a guess as far as the motors that I'll get back to very shortly. Oh, good morning also to Kevin Orr. Kevin Orr from the East Coast. Great to have Kevin here. And as I talk about this in other live streams as well, we have a number of Cow Country family members that serve in government roles with government organizations. We have friends that work at the CIA, the FBI, Homeland Security, other organizations that look out for the security and the safety of our nation. And Kevin is one of those individuals. So if you ever wake up in the morning and you stretch and you yawn and you look at that beautiful sunrise and you go, what a beautiful day, and you feel safe, you feel secure, you feel blessed, whisper a quick thank you to Kevin and others like him, because Kevin and others like him, they don't sleep at night sometimes. They're awake working on mitigating issues that could be another 911, could be another Twin Towers type thing. And they are disrupting these people that, for whatever reason, hate Americans. So Kevin Orr and others like that, God bless them and Godspeed as they continue to do what they do. Okay, who else do we have? Oh, good morning also to Bill Messick Group. Good morning to Bill Messick Group from the great state of Minnesota. And if you're a Facebook person, you saw that I posted the picture that he shared of Nora and Lisa, his daughter, celebrating Nora's first birthday. I hope you saw that. I hope you saw that picture. But if you're absolutely not a Facebooker, let me see if I can pull up that picture real quick and show that to you, because I think it's an absolutely gorgeous picture. Let's see if I can find it real quick. Where is it? Oh, this has nothing to do other than it's Hank. But it was a late evening one time. I just come upstairs from the workshop and I sat down in my easy chair, and Hank knew that I was preparing something to eat. So he wanted to come over and bond with me, but he spontaneously got the urge to yawn, and I decided to capture it. He almost looks ferocious, but he's just yawning. He's just yawning. But I have to share this real quick. It's kind of funny. But you see all those teeth and you're like, yeah, I'm glad he likes me. I'm glad he likes me and loves me. I am. Okay, I'll find it eventually. I got to show this picture just real quick of this birthday picture that Bill and Lisa shared with us. Where is? There we go. There it is. So this is, I assume it's probably in Bill's kitchen. There they are. And I think we have almost 600 people, close to 600 that have liked that picture. And I think Emma had typed something like "true puppy love" or something like that, because you can see on Lisa's face, Bill's daughter, she is just, oh my goodness, she is just loving on Nora, saying, "Happy birthday, you sweet puppy." And Bill is excited about Nora getting a little bit older because Nora's a hunting dog, right? And Bill is looking forward to taking Nora out and see how well she does in helping him to go bird hunting and maybe other types of hunting as well. Bill can share in the live chat what kind of hunting Nora and he might be doing. And I don't know if Lisa is a hunter or not. Lots of ladies are avid hunters. They really, really, truly enjoy it, especially up here in the Oconto area. When deer season, when other seasons come up, we have lots of ladies that take off from work, just like the guys, and they're gone for a week as they're trying to bag a deer or something like that. And so Bill can share a little bit more about that, but I really appreciate him sharing that picture, reminding us about this sweetheart of a dog, Nora, and also remember Lisa, Bill's daughter, also shared a picture of herself with one of Susie's hats. Posted that on Facebook. So if you don't do Facebook, you can see how much. I haven't even come into the shot yet. If you don't do Facebook, you can see how much you're missing out. How much you're missing out unless I decide to pull up a picture or something else to share it with you on YouTube. You're never going to see it. So I always say to folks, if you don't want to deal with the hype and the drama and all the other stuff of Facebook, set up a private account. You set it so that no one can try to friend you or other things like that, but you can just use it as a portal to look in to see what's happening with Cow Country on Facebook, because a lot of things happen on Facebook that aren't over on YouTube, and you don't want to miss those things. I think those of you that do both would agree there's a lot of fun stuff. Just this morning I posted an unpacking video from Texas from Ronnie that received her FOF 332 back, and she is cuter than a bug's ear, trying to, Texas people, they don't sweat over anything, even when it's 100 degrees. They are just cool and collective, and they have their composure. Texas people are some of the coolest people that ever walked the earth. And so as she's opening up the lid of the container and she sees the unpacking that's ahead of her with that cocooning of the machine, she looks over at the camera, and for just a second, you can see on her face like, oh crap, what have I gotten myself into? But she eventually works her way through the unpacking. I think it runs about 38 minutes, and it's posted on Facebook if you want to check that out. But I really admire Ronnie for her perseverance and for doing it on camera nonetheless. And this was a machine that belonged to her mom. So the unpacking, she's got a lot of confidence in the way I pack, but the unpacking was probably, on the edge, a little bit nerve wracking for her, because a lot can happen traveling all the way from Wisconsin to Texas. And everything was great. Everything was perfect. The packing method that I continue to try to improve on got that machine there safe and sound. But check it out. Consider setting up a Facebook account so you can enjoy stuff like seeing Nora and these other fun things that pop up on Facebook. Yeah. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. What else do we have here? Oh, good morning also to Jenny. Good morning to Jenny, who is from out east. I want to say Ohio. And if you didn't know it, Ohio in Japanese means good morning. Actually, Ohio gozaimasu means morning. But anyway, I think Jenny, our ambassador for needles, is out in that neck of the woods. And she's also part of the leadership team as well. And Jenny, I think, has also been kind of monitoring what's happening on Schmetz. And I've noticed that Schmetz has been presenting some of the stuff that we're talking about on our channel here. So I say it all the time. You don't have to be a big shot to influence and to be an influencer with other folks. So they influence us, we influence them. And I'm so grateful for the folks at Schmetz. And I'm grateful to Jenny for kind of connecting us to them. And as she gets nuggets to share, she can share those nuggets about needles, thread, and other things like that. And any one of you can funnel questions to Jenny or say, hey, can you look this up for us? And a great resource for all of us to go to, I talked about this before, it's called the threadexchange.com. If you check out the threadexchange.com, they've got so much information. And if you call them and you say, I'm looking to do this kind of sewing, what thread should I use? Or you look through their thread selections, anything from not to gross you all out, not to freak you out in some way, but on the threadexchange.com, they even sell embalming thread. Now, I don't know why any of us would need embalming thread, but they sell every kind of thread and every kind of needle that you can imagine. And they're people, when you call them, they're very, very smart on if I'm going to use this needle, what's the best thread? If I'm going to sew this material, what's the best type of needle? They know their stuff really well. So I would encourage you to reach out to Jenny and to reach out to these folks and then bring it back to the classroom so we can learn more from each other, right? Learn more from each other. Yes, I have my Okanto. I've got my Okanto shirt on today. It only took me like 3 or 4 years to get it. And everybody noticed it when I went into the restaurant for coffee this morning. They said, did you play with the basketball team? I said, nope. I bought it at a rummage sale. Nothing wrong with saving a little bit of money on a shirt, right? Who else do we have? Who else do we have? Let's see here. Oh, good morning to Al Koss from the great state of California. Great to have Alex here. Al Koss is really Alex, or Alex is really Al Koss, depending on which way you slice and dice it. So good morning to Alex. Great to have you here. Who else do we have? Oh, good morning to Mary as well. And I owe an apology, and I believe that it's okay to apologize publicly. I owe an apology to Mary that's in the live chat right now, because I told Mary that I was planning on presenting her centennial featherweight today, but I had a number of people show up at the workshop yesterday. I told Susie about this. I believe I told Emma as well. I may have mentioned it to others. People just showed up. They were out at Joanne's and they had a machine problem. And Joanne said, go to Okanto, Joanne Fabrics. And instead of calling me, they just showed up. And so I got sidetracked. I was further along with this 222K that's going to be heading to Texas. And so I had to delay Mary's centennial featherweight, and I plan on presenting that Tuesday morning. So I apologize, Mary. I did not, it was just a blur yesterday. I was going to reach out and let you know that I had to change directions, and I never did it. So I apologize for that. But hopefully you'll enjoy watching this machine that's going to belong to Liz down in Texas. And there's an interesting story behind how Liz found me. I'll share that with you. But I'm also going to see if I can pivot the camera and show you the machine that we're going to be on Tuesday real quick. Right over here. Almost done with this featherweight 221. Almost done. But I don't want to shortchange any machine. And so I think Tim had asked, how long does it take me to go through almost 150 step process servicing the average vintage machine? it takes me about 12 to 14 hours. 12 to 14 hours to go through almost 150 steps. And on certain machines like the featherweight, even though it's a little machine, it's got combo worm gears and a number of other service points on the machine in the free arm area as well, like on the 222K, that will demand even more time than usual. But on average, for a 150 step process, takes about if I'm really don't run into any obstacles, it takes me about 12 hours, but usually it takes me about 14 hours. And if it's extra dirty, a lot of varnishing, a lot of buildup, a lot of crud, it might take me as long as 16 hours to finish a vintage machine properly. And so a lot of people cut corners. A lot of people cut corners all the time, especially at those sewing backs. I don't want to be part of that crowd. I don't want to be part of that crowd. Someone makes a big investment like Mary to bring this beautiful Centennial featherweight to the workshop, along with all those other machines, like the Necky machine that we already presented, and the 66 hand crank that Mary brought that Mindy ended up buying, and now it's out in Las Vegas. If you don't know about that, look up that hand crank live stream where we feature that 66K that came from Mary along with these other machines, but she wanted to sell it, and we presented it to the family. And Mindy right away said, "That's mine." She sent me a text even before I sewed with it. She said, that hand crank is mine. Don't you dare offer it to anyone else. And she said it real sweetly, because our cow country girls are sweet gals, but they don't send the mixed message if they want you to know something. You know what I mean? So watch for this machine on Tuesday. And again, I apologize to Mary for changing gears like that, but I didn't want to cut any corners on the servicing of that machine. I didn't want to cut any corners. All right. Who else do we have? Let's see. Let's see who else we have. I think I said hello to everybody. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I didn't. Good morning also to Cindy. Good morning to Cindy, and a very unique spelling on her name. If you see her name in the live chat, most people are used to Cindy or Indi or something like that. But Cindy has a very unique spelling. I love it. I love it. I love unique. All right, let's see here. All right, I made it to the bottom. I made it to the bottom finally. Finally. All right, so let's go back to this over here and talk about this a little bit before we jump into this this featherweight convertible. So I've already shown you the different plug-in points and how different they are. If you joined us a little bit late, I'll show you again just for a real quick glimpse of them. The one on top is a US plug-in. You would find this on featherweights. You would find it on 201s. You'd find it on a variety of different Singer sewing machines. The one on the bottom is set up for the European marketplace, and it's designed to support anything from 220 volts up to 250 volts. So that's why it looks different. It's going to be a little bit. The wiring also, like I talked about earlier in the live stream, the wiring on a motor like this that's set up for the European marketplace, a motor like this that's set up for the European marketplace is also going to be set up with different wiring. Most sewing machines, and when I rewire sewing machines, I use either 18 gauge or 16 gauge wiring that's going to protect that machine with a load up to about 3 amps. And because most of our sewing machine motors are going to be a third of that, even our biggest motors, like 1.5 amp motors, are going to be considerably less than the tolerance of 16 gauge or 18 gauge wiring. But the European ones are going to be wired with 8 to 10 gauge wiring. That's going to support that that motor and that wiring up to 30 amps. So this wiring on this European type motor can take a load of up to 30 amps, which is about 10 times Wait, I'm going to check my math here so I get it right. 10 times 3 is 30. Yeah, I think I got that right. Most of you know I'm not good with math. I'm not good with math at all. So the wiring on a US motor like this is going to be 16, 18 gauge. It's going to support up to about 3 amps. This European motor is wired with 8 to 10 gauge wire, and it's going to support up to 30 amps. So 10 times the voltage tolerance on a European motor and the wiring as a US equivalent. And that's because that voltage is going to put a very heavy load on that motor. And let me check real quick. I think Susie sent me a quick text message. Let me see if it's a question or a comment. Oh, nice. Okay. And Susie wanted me to know that Cindy, with the unique spelling, um, Cindy Elfrey, I hope I'm saying the last name correctly. Cindy Elfrey is from the great state of Utah and is new to the family, is new to the chat. So it's always a special privilege and an honor to welcome new folks to the Cow Country family and to welcome them to the live stream. So I hope you feel very welcome, Cindy. It's great to have you here. And Susie, thanks for bringing that to my attention. And you might remember, I just got done shipping back a FOF 7530 back to the teacher down in Utah. There's a teacher down in Utah that instructs young people in sewing. And one of the students shorted out the machine by accidentally, as they were winding a bobbin, they dropped a pin down in that little open space where you would slide that to engage the bobbin winder. It went down there, it hit the board, and poof, took out the 7530. So this gal down in Salt Lake City, Utah, shipped me 2 7530s that students had accidentally killed. And I've already returned one of the machines to her down in Salt Lake City, Utah. The other one, let me backpedal a little bit. The other one has been sitting here waiting for 2 boards that are really hard to find, and they don't manufacture the boards any longer. So I was able to finally find a donor machine and purchase that donor machine. Just received that donor machine from Texas. Interesting, we're presenting a featherweight convertible that's going to Texas, and this box carrying this donor machine that will help out this wonderful gal down in Salt Lake City, Utah, that teaches young people to fall in love with sewing. This machine just made its way from Texas up to here. Let me just say, when I do the unboxing on that machine, you're going to get a real clear message that I am not happy. I am not happy at all. Hank, if you don't know who Hank is the dog that lives at the workshop with me here. And we did that fundraiser built around him. Hank sounded the alarm that something was going on upstairs. So I went upstairs just about a day and a half ago, 2 days ago, and there's this big package sitting on the front steps of the workshop. And I went out there and I knew right away, I thought I knew right away what it was. And it was that machine coming from Texas. And when I picked that machine up, you know those toilet paper boxes that they have at Walmart and other places like that? They are the most flimsy, corrugated box material that you could pick up anywhere on earth. This person from Texas decided to pack this fragile, computerized electronic machine that, based on the pictures he sent me, was fully functional when it left Texas. And I said, you have no idea. I said, I'm usually a real calm, easygoing guy. I can be under a lot of stress. Part of it probably is my military training. I can be under a lot of stress and still be like that duck going across the pond, where it's just as calm and placid on the surface, but it's paddling furiously underneath. I can create that and do that, and I don't get upset. But I tell you one thing, I said I was very upset when I picked that box up with this fragile computerized machine for our friend down in Salt Lake City, Utah, and the insides of the box just literally like an accordion kind of collapsed in a little bit. And then I could hear the machine moving around inside. And I said, I'm going to do an unboxing and I'm going to share it with my followers on my channel. I said, and then I'm going to send you a link. And I said, I'm not going to curse. I'm not going to talk like a sailor, but I said, you will know if I open that up, as I'm opening that up, that I'm not a happy camper. Because if you're going to sell something, especially when you tell that person it's fragile, pack it accordingly. And then they pack it like it's a piece of junk. I think that would probably get the goat and rattle anybody a little bit. So, at any rate, I don't know when I'm going to do that unboxing. We're going to do Mary's Featherweight Centennial Machine on Tuesday. So maybe during the week on Wednesday, I'll do a special unboxing live stream and we'll open up this box that came from Texas. And, in the meantime, if y'all wouldn't mind, if you're praying people, just pray that machine arrives safely, because otherwise I'll have to go through the rigmarole of trying to return this broken machine that was fine when it left Texas back to this person again. And then I'll be on the hunt again to try to find a donor machine for this wonderful teacher of sewing students down in Salt Lake City, Utah. So anyway, that was my $1.99 rant about an upcoming live stream. And the leaders will call me down before then. I know they will. Susie will reach out, Emma will reach out, Candido will reach out, and certainly Jenny will reach out and say, Scott, be calm, buddy. Be calm. Be calm. Oh, it's irritating, isn't it? Isn't it irritating? I'm sure almost everybody has had that, just a treasure of a machine that they purchased and then they get it. And because of the negligence and the carelessness of that person sending it, not doing anything at all to try to safeguard that machine, it arrives to you. And all of a sudden that excitement, kind of like you'll see in that little video that I posted of our friend from Texas that just got that 332 back, Ronnie. You can just see at the very beginning of the video that she shot. I'm assuming her husband shot it, that I just posted it on Facebook. She is just a little bubble machine, and she is so excited. What if she had gotten through all that wrapping, and then all of a sudden the machine is destroyed? Imagine how that video would have gone. Imagine how that would have gone. So that's why I've been contacted by people from around the world, and they say, what an amazing packing process, but is it really necessary? The answer is yeah, you bet it is. You bet it's necessary, and it keeps improving on top of what we're already doing now. At any rate, I know I'm rambling. So let me see what Susie, okay, I already read Susie's note about Cindy. So anyway, special welcome again to Cindy from the great state of Utah. Great to have you here. Okay. All right. I think that's everything. I think it might be everything. Oh, I just got it. It looks like I got something else. I just got a notification that something else was just dropped off. I wonder what was dropped off. Oh, okay. Something I ordered some machine parts, and they are sitting on the steps of the workshop right now. They just came in. I saw that notification come in. Okay, give me just a second. I'll just make sure I'm not missing anything else that might be time sensitive. Hopefully not. Let's see here. I don't see anything else right now that I need to respond to, hopefully. Oh, that's if you hear little sounds in the background, the laptop is connected to Facebook. So I might be getting some notifications on Facebook as well. So Okay, got that. I'm going to do a quick audio check real quick while I'm here. Let me see if I can check this real quick. All right. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Hello there. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Hello there. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. All right. So audio sounds good. Video looks good. So I think we've got a good solid connection today. All right. So let me go ahead and minimize that. I'll keep it open just so I can kind of look over here at the live chat instead of looking over my shoulder. And we'll see if we can march forward with this. Okay, almost there. Thank you for your patience as I do a little bit of housekeeping here to make sure that I've got everything caught up before I move forward. And then we're going to go back to these motors again, because I don't want to forget to cover that so that you know what the possibilities are. Because I've had a number of people contact me earlier in the process of me doing what I do, before it was a common thing or more common to be able to convert voltage with a great deal more ease. And so back in the day, it was a much more difficult thing for someone to buy a European wired machine and to be able to operate it in the US. It was quite a tough thing to do. And now it's become a lot easier. And not to mention, with the size of the transformers now, they've gotten them down to a scale that you can literally put this into your suitcase. If you're traveling over to Europe, you can put this in your suitcase, and you can take all of your beloved items that you enjoyed using. You just have to recognize those items you're bringing, that they're within the wattage tolerance of this particular transformer. And these transformers are available in different sizes as far as the amount of watts that they can handle. Does anyone know? I'll just ask you this real quick as I'm doing the last little bit of my house cleaning, or my house. You know what I'm saying? Does anyone know the average sewing machine? And I'm saying the average sewing machine. Most of our singers, probably many of our Husqvarnas, especially the ones that are in the range of, say, 1 amp motors, that sort of thing. Many of our FOF sewing machines as well. What is the average wattage demand? What is the average wattage demand? Listen closely. I'm talking about wattage. I'm not talking about amperage now. They're different. What is the average wattage consumption? The wattage consumption of the average household sewing machine. How much are we talking? Are we talking 1,000 watts? Are we talking 500 watts? Are we talking 25 watts? Because that will determine what kind of step up, step down transformer you want to get, so that you can use it in the US like I am right now. Right now, I've got this featherweight convertible that's heading to Texas. I have this plugged into this step up, step down transformer right now. So you can use it in the US for powering regular devices if you plug it in on the left side, and then with one of the adapters or the plug-in, you can then plug it into this adapter and operate it at 220 volts up to 250 volts in the US. Or if you're over in Europe, you can take this same little transformer, and there's a little plug-in point on the back. You can move that little plug-in, because you're going to be bringing in the input that's going to be going in here. Over in the European marketplace will be somewhere between 220 to 250 volts. And there's a little thing on the back. I'll show you. I'll see if I can turn it around and show it to you with it off and unplugged, because there is a capacitor in here that still maintains a voltage charge in this, even when it's shut off. So be aware of that as well. Just a little tip. This is still going to have voltage in it when it's shut off. In other words, if I go like this and shut it off, Don't make the mistake of thinking there's no electricity in there right now, whether you're in Europe or whether you're in the US. The only way you eliminate that is to totally unplug this and to let it set for a while so that energy in that capacitor is discharged. Otherwise, if it's in the off position and plugged in, you still have an electrical presence in here. So just be aware of that. Okay, be aware of that. Give me just a second. I'm almost done. I apologize. So I'm going to look at the live chat real quick and just see what folks are typing, if anything. Let's just see here real quick. I don't know if anyone's going to take a swing at that. No one's taking a swing at that question. Some people might be Googling it right now. So the answer is, because I don't see anybody typing anything right now. So the answer is, if you get a transformer, a step up, step down transformer, and you're going to want to be able to operate a sewing machine over in Europe, anywhere in Europe, then you want to make sure that it's rated at least 100 watts. And you might want to double your odds and do like I did and buy a step up, step down transformer that can handle up to 200 watts. That way you're going to have 2 times the wattage tolerance that the average household sewing machine needs. So this one here is made by a company, if you want to Google it, this is made by a company called Power Bright, POWERBRIGHT. It's made by Power Bright, and the specific model I have is, if someone wants to type it into the live chat, this Power Bright step up, step down transformer, this model is V as in Victor, C as in Charlie, and then it's dash 200W, 200 watts. So it's model VC-200W. So I went higher than this. They had some of these step up, step down converters that I think went almost up to 1,000 watts, 5 times what this one can handle. But this one can handle the average sewing machine very, very easily, whether you're operating it here like we will be today, or whether you're over in Europe and you're stepping that voltage down and you want to operate this featherweight over in Europe. You can do that with the same thing, just by moving the little pin adapter in the back. And I'll see if I can show that to you in just a second. Give me just a second here, y'all. I'm almost done. So yeah, the average household sewing machine is going to run or demand or pull about 100 watts. So whether you're operating a machine that came from Europe and the US or otherwise, I would recommend getting at least a step up, step down converter or transformer that's going to support you up to 200 watts. That way you'll have about 2 times what you're going to need, and it gives you just a little bit more of a tolerance. Kind of like when we set up our foot controllers, with our motors. We want to have a higher amperage tolerance on the foot controller because it serves as the gateway for the electricity coming in. And that's true of a European foot controller or a US foot controller. So just make sure that you do that if you're setting it up for success. One more click and I should be done, hopefully. I'm answering a quick question for someone that they're right in the middle of something and they need an answer right now. So I'm going to see if I can help them out. Well, you guys know we've gotten calls right in the middle of a live stream before from people that are wanting help with something. And a couple of times I put them on speaker, which was kind of interesting. So, okay, I'm done. I'm going to set this to the side. And unless I get a text message, I'm not going to listen to it again. So let's see here. What was I in the middle of? Okay. Yep. Susie nailed it. VC200W is what this model is. So about this motor, and Tim It's a ways above. I don't remember. I think Tim may have put. Let me see if I can scroll up and see what Tim put. Scrolling. You don't realize how much chat there is until you're trying to scroll up through it. Okay, yeah. So Tim wrote. I just found it. He wrote that the rating would probably be 1.5 as far as the rating on this European motor. And he said on the American motor, it's probably going to be right around 0.75. 0.75. So 1.5, 0.75 on the US motor. Those are great guesses. And I have the greatest respect for anyone that steps out and they just go, I'm just going to give an answer. Because I know, as Susie has said, and Emma has said, there's no judgment in our classroom. There's no judgment. So you can throw out an answer. No one's going to ridicule you like they sometimes do in Facebook groups and other places where somebody thinks that they're a know-it-all and they want to make other people feel stupid. That's not going to happen here. And if I'm focused over here and someone starts to do that in the classroom, you can bet that one of the leaders is going to go after them and throw them into a timeout or something like that, because it's family friendly, but it's also an environment where we have kindness that precedes everything. Kindness that precedes everything. And then Emma wrote, let's see here, 0.3, 0.3, 0.4, 0.3, 0.4. So 3/10 of an amp for the European motor and 4/10 of an amp for the US motor. Emma is spot on as far as the US motor for the featherweight. It's going to be rated at 4/10 of an amp or 0.4 amps. Tim and Emma both again threw out good answers, but the correct answer on the European motor, it's not going to even be rated at 0.3. It's going to be rated at 0.25, if I remember correctly. Let me just double check. Yep, 0.25. Let me show it to you. So the European motor, because of the higher voltage, is going to have less amperage than the US motor that operates at a lower voltage. So more voltage, less amperage. So 0.25, and then most of you have seen featherweight motors before. This, as Emma said, is going to be 0.4. You can see that maybe. I think if the... So the obvious answer to me is what do you have to do to be able to enjoy both of these motors to their fullest? In other words, if both of these motors are optimized and you want to have the full benefit of a US motor in America, but you also want to have the full benefit of a European motor in America, then what do you need to do? Well, the simple answer is, for the European motor, you've got to have something like this that's going to step up our voltage. Excuse me. That's going to step up our voltage from 110 to 125 volts all the way up to about 220 to 250 volts. And that's the blessing of a little device like this. That's the blessing of a device like that. Now, can you operate? A lot of people might not know the answer to this, but I'm guessing all of you do. Can you operate a European motor with US voltage? In other words, can you operate a machine that was set up in Europe and run it at 110 to 125 volts? The answer is that you can. You can certainly do that. You're not going to hurt the motor. You're not going to hurt the machine, but you'll be running a lot slower. And to demonstrate that real quick, let me show you the difference between trying to run a European motor at US voltage, and then we'll plug it into this step-up adapter and supercharge it with 220 to 250 volts and listen to the running speed of that motor. I'm hoping you'll be able to hear it with our microphone over here. So I'm going to move our US motor to the side just for a second. Actually, let me demonstrate the US side first. I'll run this European motor that's wired for 220 to 250. I'm going to run it at 110 volts first. Listen to it carefully. As a matter of fact, I can try to bring the microphone down even closer. We'll bring it right there. Let's see, where's my wire? Here it is. So what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to do a bypass. I'm going to do a bypass on this and see if I can show you what this runs at when the voltage is half of what it's supposed to be. And I'm just going to be extra careful. I'm going to be extra careful. I'm going to get a little bit of black tape and separate these two so that they don't incidentally touch. So again, we're looking at a European motor that's wired and wrapped. It's got the stators, the stack lamentations, the commutator, everything about this motor right here is set up to be able to handle 220 to 250 volts. And what we're going to do right now is we're going to operate it briefly. We're going to operate it briefly at 110 to 125 volts. And I really want you to listen to, it's harder than it looks. Maybe what I should do, maybe I'll get a better bite on it on the other side. Let me see. We just don't want to poof, you know? We don't want to ground this out. I think I might do that. Let me do it on the back side. This might be a little bit safer. Okay, so you can see the way I have it set up. And the other thing I want to mention real quick before I forget to do it is the wiring on the back of the European plug adapter here that mounts on the machine and the US one are going to be wired exactly the same. So if you're wiring a machine that's going to be operated in Europe, you're going to wire it exactly the same as you do in the US, which means you've got 3 points. You can see starting with the yellow one, you've got 3 points, 1, 2, 3. Hopefully you can see that. You got 1, 2, 3. And when you're wiring either the European or the US one, the lighting wires are going to connect to 1 and 3. You're going to connect the wires for the light, whether you're in Europe or the US, it doesn't matter. You're going to connect those to 1 and 3, and then you're going to connect the motor to 2 and 3. Connect the motor to 2 and 3, connect the light to 1 and 3. Light goes on 1 and 3, motor goes on 2 and 3. And if you don't have a plug-in and you're going to want to wire this manually for a foot controller, then the foot controller would go on 1 and 2. Let me go over that again, because I know there's a lot of numbers flying around. So whether you're in Europe or the US, the way you're going to wire this plug-in on the back that mounts to the machine, this basically goes in the machine, and then you plug a cord into this side. You can see that. And again, the European one looks different than this one. So if you're wiring one of these, the light goes on 1 and 3. The motor goes on 2 and 3. And if you don't have a pre-wired plug, in other words, if your plug is not pre-wired where you've got a foot controller connected to the cord and then there's a power coming off of that cord, then what you have to do is you have to wire the foot controller to 1 and 2. So foot controller 1 and 2, motor 2 and 3, light 1 and 3. Light 1 and 3, motor 2 and 3, foot controller 1 and 3. If you make the mistake of putting the motor on 1 and 3, what's going to happen is that motor is going to run continuously at the peak that it can run at. So you'll want to right away correct that. If you make the horrible mistake of, instead of putting the foot controller on 1 and 2, if you somehow put the foot controller and you wire it manually to 1 and 3, you're going to hear a very loud poof, and you're going to blow up that foot controller. You're going to destroy it. So be incredibly careful. Be incredibly careful if you decide to take on wiring yourself, because the simplest mistake, if it has to do with the motor, is a forgivable thing, is what I meant to say. But if you make the mistake with the foot controller of wiring it to the hot zones of 1 and 3, you're going to destroy that foot controller. Doesn't matter if it's European or if it's US, you're going to blow it up. So be real careful with that, okay? Be real careful. All right, so I think we've got a safe thing here. And what I'm going to try to do now is see if I can, I want to weigh this down a little bit. This is plastic. See if I can weigh this down a little bit. Hold that still right there. See if I can turn this motor around so you can see this spinning right here. I want you to be able to see that spinning. I really need something heavier right there, but I'm going to see if I can kind of hold it like this. I'm going to bring over my electric source here. It's my electrical source right here. I'm going to very carefully hold this in place. And I want you to listen carefully and to watch real carefully as best as you're able. You should be able to hear it because the microphone's right here. But I want you to listen to this European motor, how fast it's running. You'll be able to see how fast it's running, hopefully, at 110 to 125 volts. And then we're going to set it up to go into our step-up converter, and we're going to run it at 220. And I think you'll be shocked at the difference. So here we go at 110. Just going to make sure my finger is clear so I'm not touching these two. And keep an eye on that motor. Listen in carefully to the speed of that motor. So this is where I say it doesn't have anything close to max power, nothing close to it, but you can operate a European machine if you have the proper adapter, that will allow you to plug this into a regular outlet. You can a regular machine at 110. You're not going to hurt the motor. You're not going to hurt the machine. You're not going to hurt the light bulb. The light bulb, if the light bulb in the European machine is a 220 bulb, it's going to light up. It's just going to be a lot dimmer, a lot more dim, because it doesn't have enough voltage. But know that you can do that. But the big deal is when you can operate it the way it was intended to be operated. And the other thing I'll highlight real quick is also recognize that foot controllers like motors are going to be rated for the proper voltage that they're meant to operate at. In other words, you don't want to take a 220 motor and operate it with a step-up converter at 220 volts and then connect that motor to a standard US foot controller that's only rated for 110, 125. If you do, you're going to blow up that foot controller. You're going to blow it up. I mean, it's going to, again, this is the gateway for the electricity. It's going to poof, and you've got a dead foot controller. So always make sure you look at the back of your foot controller just like you would a motor. And you can see that this foot controller is rated is rated to handle 220 to 250. Or I think up to, what is it? Up to 250. This is actually, I'll stand corrected for a second. This particular foot controller is actually a dual voltage foot controller. It can handle US or it can handle European voltage. Anything from 120 to 250. But most of the other foot controllers that we're used to using with our vintage sewing machines, they're not going to have the dual voltage feature. They're going to strictly be able to handle 110 to 125. And so you never want to operate a foot controller with a European type motor if it's not able to handle that. Otherwise, you're going to destroy the foot controller. So you heard how fast it was running under the common voltage for the US. Now let's give it a different voltage. Now we're going to take this foot controller. We're going to take this really funky plug, and we're going to plug it into our step-up adapter. Let me move this over here maybe temporarily. I'm going to carefully plug it into our step-up adapter. I'm actually going to shut off this other one so that I don't exceed the voltage or anything like that. I'm going to plug this in carefully to our step-up adapter. And again, this can also step the voltage down if you're over in Europe. It can take 220 to 250 and bring it all the way down to 110 to 125. I'll show you on the back of here, once I move the microphone back, how you just pull this little thing out. You just move it like a Ouija board up and down, depending on the voltage you're working with. So now we're going to see if we can operate this same motor, but with the proper voltage. With the proper voltage. And again, look at that plug-in. It's very different than our usual plug-ins. Let go of that for a second. Very, very different from this one over here. So now we're going to plug that in. I'm just going to shut this off temporarily. Okay, now I'm going to turn it back on. So now, coming out of this side is 110. Coming out of this side, running down through the foot controller, and soon to be running through this motor, is going to be between 220 to 250 volts. So now listen to this motor. I'm going to bring this microphone back down just so it's not blocking. And just a word to the wise, Right now we've got open contacts on the back. You don't want to make the mistake of touching those two wires when this is plugged in, whether it's US or whether it's European right now, because right now if I touch those two wires, I'm going to get a jolt of 220 volts at least, maybe up to 250. So always be aware inside of the foot controller, if you have the cover off and it's plugged into the machine, that's dangerous. It's electrified. Anything inside of the motor, when that is plugged in from the foot controller, is electrified. It's dangerous. When we've got this plugged into this adapter that's usually mounted to the side of the machine, and this is going to be on the inside of the machine, so you won't have the opportunity to incidentally touch it. But right now it's touchable. And right now you could get a really bad shock. The surprising thing is, and I've read this from multiple sources, you're more likely to die from a 110 electrocution shock sort of thing than 220, because 220 is so powerful. Instead of locking you onto it, if you've ever gotten a shock, you've heard about people getting electrocuted. When you accidentally touch that, it basically grabs hold of you and holds on until you're dead, and then you drop. 220 to 250 is so powerful that if you make the mistake of touching those two, it's more likely to boom knock you back and away from it than latch onto you. So I'm just sharing that so that you know it's dangerous. But at any rate, let's check out. There's part of my granola bar. Let's check out how this machine runs now when it's receiving the proper voltage. Okay. So you can operate this motor like we did initially with that bypass at 110 to 125, but look at what you're missing. This thing is just a monster when it's being driven by a step-up converter like this to its normal operating voltage of 220 to 250. So pick up one of these little transformers, make sure it's rated for at least 200 watts, and then regardless of what machine you add to your collection, doesn't matter what machine you add to your collection, you'll be able to operate this if you're over in Europe and step the voltage down so you can operate your US machines over there. Or if you're in the US, you're able to take this same transformer and step that voltage up like we just did. And right now we're operating this motor at 220 to 250 volts from this little magic box right there. And the other thing I'll share with you before I forget real quick, let me move my microphone out of the way. The other thing I'll share with you real quick is, I'm going to go ahead and unplug this too. The other thing I'll share with you real quick is these motors, whether it's the US one right here or whether it's the European one, they're both going to operate with the same identical motor brushes. Just because this one is 220 to 250 doesn't mean it has bigger motor brushes. This featherweight motor for the European marketplace is going to operate with motor brushes that are 6 millimeters by 6 millimeters. So surprisingly, the featherweight motors, whether it's US or European, actually have larger motor brushes than the other Singer sewing machines. Most of the other Singer sewing machines are going to have 4x4, 4x5, 5x5 millimeter motor brushes. The featherweight motors, European and US, are going to operate with 6x6 millimeter motor brushes. So just make sure that you have the proper motor brushes, whether you're operating a European motor at 220 to 250 volts, or whether you're operating a US motor that's rated at 0.4 amps in the US marketplace. So hopefully that's helpful, all that stuff, all that blah, blah, blah. So yeah. All right. So let me move all this out of the way, and then we'll focus finally on this machine that we've come to check out today. So I'm going to move my European motor out of the way with its European foot controller, US motor. And then for purposes of the live stream, I could plug our featherweight convertible into anything, but we'll see if we can operate it through this step-up converter for the live stream today, just to do something different. So you can see you could technically, since this handles up to 200 watts and the average sewing machine is only going to require 100, technically you could run 2 sewing machines at the same time through this one step-up transformer, because you're going to be close. You're going to be on the edge. You're going to be on the edge. But the good news is, if you end up, this has a fuse in it. If you end up blowing the fuse because you know one of your machines is demanding a little bit more than 100 watts, it's easy enough to replace the fuse on the back of here. And when you buy this from the Power Bright people, they actually give you, along with this cool adapter that works really well in Germany, they also give you extra fuses in there as well in the bottom. So if you blow a fuse, you've got backup fuses as well. So does anyone want to guess how much one of these costs? How much does a step up, step down transformer like this cost? Type it in the live chat if you would. Type in the live chat what you think this might cost. And Susie just typed in a guess of like 25 bucks. She's really close. She's really close. When I bought this step up, step down converter, probably about a year ago. It cost me about $35, about 35 bucks. And you can buy them directly from the manufacturer, or you can buy them from a variety of other sources on eBay or Etsy or Pinterest. I think all of those places have something like this available. And if you don't remember, the reason I picked this up is we had that machine that was sent from London, England, all the way from London, England. It was a Swedish beauty that had all kinds of problems with it, and including the fact that it was shorting out. It was shorting out when the power cord was moving. There were a number of things loose on the inside of the machine. So I needed something to be able to step that machine up to 220 to 250. And that's why I picked this up originally, was for Adam from London, England, that sent his Swedish beauty to the workshop. That's why I picked this up. But they're not expensive at all. They're surprisingly inexpensive, and they generally do a very, very good job. They generally do a very, very good job. So I think that's a good price. Yeah, yeah. And Teresa is real close to the mark, like Susie. I've had other people, when I ask them if they come into the workshop and they notice this sitting on the other over there, and I explain what it does. I've had people say, "What does that cost? Like around $200, $150?" I said, "No, around $30." So yeah, they're surprisingly affordable, which is great. Is great for the sewist in the U.S. and great for the sewist over in the U.K. Say, for example, our dear friend Alex Askeroff, that's been struggling with a rare form of cancer. If I were to mail him a 222K from the U.S., he could get something like this and step down the voltage from 220 to 250 all the way down to 110 to 125, and he could operate this featherweight over on his workbench in the UK and do it safely. And the way you do that, if you're over in Europe, let me shut this off again. If you're over in Europe, you're going to be moving this little pin doodad here, and I've got this plugged in right now, so I'm not going to move this now, but I'll move the camera over a little bit closer so you can see it a little bit more easily. So right here, you can see right now the input source, because we're in the United States, is 110 volts. So this right here that can get pulled out, and it has two little pins on it. You can see how these match up. It has two little pins where you simply, with your fingers, you just pull this out. Do it when it's unplugged, please. Do it when it's unplugged. But you just pull this out. It's got a rubber so that you're not going to get shocked. It's got a little rubber coating around here. You pull it out, and let's say you're in a place in the world that runs on 200 volts. Then you just pull this out and plug it in right there. 220, pull it out, plug it in right there. 240, pull it out, plug it in right there. That's it. That's your input. This is when you're going to plug this into whatever source you're using, this is the electricity that's going to come into this box. And that's why right now, since we're operating it in the US market, we've got it plugged into the 110 volt. But you have all these other choices here as well. And that's our fuse right there. Again, if you blow a fuse, not like me blowing a fuse when I do the unboxing of this FOF 7530 this coming week. But if you blow a fuse on this, just unplug this transformer. You unscrew this lefty-loosey, counterclockwise, and then you take out the blown fuse and you put in one of your backup fuses that they supply with this transformer. Then screw it back in, plug it back in, you're back in business. Okay? So it's really quite easy to use. And again, we talk about it all the time, the cheapy, nasty things that are coming out of China. This is coming out of China. And I haven't had a lick of problem with it. Haven't had any issues with it whatsoever. Operating Adam's machine at 220, and I hope we don't have any issues today using this this converter operating this machine that's heading to Texas at 110. So there you go. Really quite easy to operate, quite easy to use. least I think so. So I just turned it back on, and now we have power over to our featherweight. Yeah, over to our featherweight. And I'm just going to show you real quick because when I purchased this, I told you the story already, and you may have missed the story if you came to class a little bit late. But originally, Robert, that lives in Hamburg, Germany, he and I become very good friends. And when he reached out to me, his original plan was to send this featherweight convertible to the US, have me do all the workshop magic, and then ship it back to him in Hamburg, Germany. And then he was going to sell it anyway. I ended up just buying it from him. And now I'm offering it. Now I offered it for sale. And the lady that bought it is from Texas. Her name is Liz. And interestingly, the way she found out about me, she had never heard of me before. I know it's shocking because I'm so famous. But she had never heard of me before. But she came to this area near a town called Peshtigo. Peshtigo historically is a relevant town because, like Chicago, at one time, Peshtigo, Wisconsin burned to the ground, the whole city, because of a horrific fire. And now they have a fire museum there. And Liz and her husband, who are from Texas, drove up here for a family reunion. And when they were in the area, they were staying out in an area called Menominee, Michigan, at a hotel. And when they were driving from Menominee, Michigan, which isn't real far away, back into Peshtigo, Wisconsin, they came across a quilting shop that is located in Marinette, Wisconsin, which is where I talk about Joann's all the time. Joann's and Joann Fabrics that sends me all their customers. They happen to drive through Marinette, Wisconsin, where Joann's is located, and they drove past this barn-like looking structure, and it said quilting something or other. And they decided to stop, never having been there before. They stopped and they went inside, and Liz happened to mention to some of the workers there that she was looking for a featherweight. And did they know of any sources in the area? Well, guess what? I was known by them. I was famous to them. A lot of them follow the Cow Country family. A lot of them at the quilt shop in Marinette, Wisconsin, follow what we do. They know about me. And they gave my information to Liz, never having heard of Cow Country before. And Liz just blindly, from her hotel over in Michigan, reached out and said, by chance, do you have a featherweight that I could potentially buy? The people at the quilting shop says you're the best in the world. Do you have something that you could sell me? And so I said, lo and behold, I've got a machine that came from Hamburg, Germany. I've got to rewire it. I've got to put a different motor on it that's rated for the US. I've got to do a number of other things to it, 150-step process to get it ready for sale. But I said, if you're willing to wait, I could sell you not just a featherweight, but I could sell you the queen of singers, the featherweight 222K. And again, for those of you that don't know it, the featherweight 222K was made from 1953 to 1961. 1953 to 1961. That's about 8 years of production. And instead of making millions of these machines, which would have been typical for Singer over an 8-year period, because this machine was so specialized and so complex to build, they only made about 100,000 of these machines over 8 years. And many of their production groups were well below what Singer would normally make. This machine came from, you know what? I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to have you look it up. But let's just say that the 222Ks made in Kilbowie, Scotland, were made for much smaller production groups, ranging from as little as 400 machines all the way up to about 4,000 or 5,000 machines in a production group. That's tiny. That's teeny tiny compared to the average standard Singer production group that ranges anywhere from 50,000 machines to 100,000 machines. So one production group with an average type Singer machine, maybe even like a 201 or maybe a 1591, one production group would be equal to the total production of the 222K over 8 years. 100,000 machines over 8 years versus 100,000 machines in one production group was very common with Singer. So it just gives you an idea of how rare the Queen of Singers is when it comes to the sheer numbers of how many were produced over 8 years and how many were produced in each one of those little production groups as they carefully manufactured this very complex sewing machine, very, very complex sewing machine. So yeah, so thank you to Robert, who wrote me a beautiful little note here as well on this postcard. Wrote me a beautiful little note when he sent this this featherweight convertible that was wired for European. I since have converted it, and so now it's wired for the US. So again, what's involved in converting a machine fully if you don't want to use a step-up converter with the machine, or a step-down converter for that matter? What's involved is the wiring again in a European machine is going to be 8 to 10 gauge wiring. That's huge because it has to handle that 220 to 250 volts. So the first step is to take that wiring and to bring it down from 8 to 10 gauge all the way to 16 to 18 gauge wiring. Then you have to change out the motor as well, because the motor is wrapped for 220. You need to get a motor on there that is wrapped for 110 to 125. And then finally, you have to put a different bulb in there, obviously, because if you leave the same bulb in there that's designed for 220 to 250, it's going to be really, really dim. So then you put in the proper LED equivalent once the wiring, the motor, and the foot controller are adapted for our market. And then all of a sudden, you've got a beautiful machine that can run beautifully on a converter like this on this side. But you take this same machine over to Europe, you have to then move that plug-in point on the back, and then you would have to operate it at a step down so that it doesn't damage that foot controller, that motor, or that machine. So hopefully all of that makes sense. You're going to be quizzed on this by the leadership team later, so pay attention. Pay attention. No, you won't. I don't think so. You might. You never know. So, at any rate, I'll finally, after all of this that we covered already, almost 2 hours talking about all the stuff that we talked about, which I hope is very valuable for you, because electricity and voltage can be a really, really intimidating thing. And what I'm trying to do by explaining all that I explained to you is to take away that fear, but to leave caution there. Whenever you're working with voltage of any type, you need to be cautious, but you don't need to be afraid. And also, hopefully, you'll consider now picking up one of these step-up, step-down converters so that if you travel to Europe, even if you're not going to bring your sewing machine, you might bring other things that will benefit from that transformer, and you'll be able to use those things over in Europe with no problem. Or as you look at building your sewing machine collection more, you might decide that you want to buy a machine over in Europe, maybe from London, England, maybe from Germany, maybe from Australia, maybe from Ireland, who knows? By having that step-up, step-down transformer, you're able to receive that European machine and enjoy it to the fullest using that little box that I showed you, this little box right here. So hopefully our first 2 hours was purposeful and you found it helpful and you learned something new. That's the goal of our classroom, right? So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to the leadership team as I shift my focus to this featherweight convertible, and we'll finally get into this machine. That again came all the way from Kilbowie, Scotland, to Hamburg, Germany, and then from Hamburg, Germany, all the way to Oconto, Wisconsin, and now from Oconto, Wisconsin, all the way to southern Texas. That's quite a journey for this Queen of Singers. And she still looks really good even after traveling, doesn't she? She still looks very, very good. And I'll try to rotate this a little bit so you can see how good she looks in just a second here. And right now I've got the free arm off. And we'll probably be sewing with her like that. Or I can put the bed on. This is the bed back here. Now, let me tell you about this paint patina that you're looking at right now. Oops, I got to adjust my camera. Let me tell you a little bit about this paint patina that you're looking at right now. She is absolutely drop dead gorgeous. And this is exactly how she looked when Liz and her husband and I met for the very first time in the workshop here. She called me again based on being highly praised by the people at the quilting shop in Marinette, Wisconsin, which I'm very grateful for. And then she and her husband show up here. We meet for the very first time. I take this Queen of Singers out and I show it to her. And I explain, I said, I think that Robert took very, very good care of her over in Germany. I think she's gorgeous. She's a beautiful machine. But I could potentially strip everything off of her and take her to the paint shop and re-clear coat her. But there would be an additional cost involved with that. And I don't think it's needed. And Liz looked it over very carefully. Texas girls are very, very particular. Never doubt that for a second. Texas girls are very particular. And she gave it the once over. It seemed like for an eternity. She was just studying every little part of this machine. And she sat back in her chair next to me by the workbench here, same workbench she's sitting on right now. And she said, Scott, I like her just the way she is. There's a couple little hairline scratches, barely visible on the bed. If I take the bed very and I kind of bring it over this way, you'll see that the bed is absolutely gorgeous. Very, very beautiful. But there's some hairline scratches on the bed and a couple of other little imperfections. Unlike the last Queen of Singers that I ended up at the customer's request, remember Elaine down in Mississippi, that other Queen of Singers was for her. That was going to be an heirloom piece, not a working machine like this one is. And so I took it down to the paint shop as well. Everything redone on the machine, which obviously added cost. But this, for Elaine down in Mississippi, that other Queen of Singers, that was going to be something that was going to be passed on to her granddaughters, if you remember that story. And so that one, I went over the bed with brand new clear coat, and any of those tiny little microscopic scratches, gone. Absolutely spot on. And this one's going to be a working machine for Liz down in Texas. So she looked it over carefully, said, that's a gorgeous machine, just like she is. Don't take it to the paint shop. Do what you need to do. Convert everything over to US, because us Texas people are all about US, right? And then get her heading towards me in Texas. So I said, yes, ma'am. Because that's the way you answer people when you're from Texas, or if you're a good old boy from up north and you're talking to a Texan, it's yes, ma'am, yes, sir. So I think she's beautiful the way she is. She's not absolutely museum quality, but she's darn close to it. She's darn close to it. So if we want to put this bed on for purposes of the live stream, we just unscrew this little thumb screw right over here that I'm unscrewing by this badge mark and by this model mark here. And again, Singer did not add this model mark telling what type of machine it was until 1953. Not until 1953 did they have these, with the exception of a few select commercial and industrial machines. Earlier than 1953 added this little plate, but for household machines, didn't start until 1953, which was the same year that the 222K was introduced. So then all of a sudden, machines from 1953 on had a badge mark and also a model plate as well. So if we're going to put it on, we took out this little thumb screw. That was easy enough. We're going to just carefully rotate the machine around and then slide the bed on. But I'm going to wait to do that for a second, because I'm going to walk you around the machine real quick as well. Walk you around the machine real quick. Well, I don't think I have to get super close because it's pretty easy to see her. Pretty easy. Yeah. So here we've got the tensioner for winding a bobbin. If you're going to wind a bobbin, you go from here to here across the front of the machine, underneath this tensioner, and then up to the bobbin winder right here. You just rotate this into the rim of the balance wheel, disconnect your clutch over here, and then you wind your bobbin. You wind away. Yeah, real easy to do. This right here is our stitch length. You can see that right there. Right now we're at the longest stitch length, which is going to be about 6 or 7 stitches per inch. We move it up, we can sew all the way down to 30 stitches per inch. And then if we move it all the way into this range, we're going to be sewing in reverse all the way to the point where we'll be at the very top there. Unlike the standard featherweight, like Mary's machine that we're going to be looking at on Tuesday, unlike Mary's Centennial 221 or the 22-1, where you need a darning plate in order to do free motion quilting or freehand embroidery, on the 222K, you've got this little lever right here that you can drop down so you can do darning without putting a darning plate on the machine. You just pull this out and then you slide it down and the feed dogs are dropped. When you're done doing your free motion quilting, your darning, whatever it is that you're doing, you just bring it back up and it locks back into place and those feed dogs are back in the up position again. This is your light switch right here. It's positioned differently than the standard featherweight. The standard featherweight, the switch is going to be down here. For the 222K, it's up here, and you turn it on and off right there. Our upper tension is right here. And again, with these upper tensions, when you're taking them apart to clean them, when you reassemble them, realize that you can pre-calibrate this depending on how far you compress that spring and turn this part in before you release it and it snaps in place. That's called the pre-calibration of the upper tension. And maybe at some point, I should just do a whole video talking about some of these things as I get closer to retirement. I'll do a whole video talking about these and actually show you how to do that, because describing it is one thing, doing it is another, right? So you'll have to remind me about doing that before I hang up my sewing shingle permanently somewhere off in the future. What else? What else? I guess we could go over the threading of the machine, but the threading is pretty straightforward. I think it's pretty doggone easy. The threading of the machine coming off the top goes through this thread point here, comes around the bottom of the discs, and then you're going to want to draw that thread up so that, let me move this bed for a second. You're going to want to draw that thread up. Let me see if I can bring the camera down. You draw that thread up around the bottom of the tension disc, always with the presser foot in the up position, so there's no pressure on these discs. And when you draw it up, that you kind of draw this take-up spring, you hold the thread up here and you kind of draw that take-up spring, and then it saddles in that little notch right there. Hopefully you can see that little notch. It's almost like a little, if you'll allow me, a little crotch area just above the discs, and the thread has to get saddled in there. And then you carefully draw that thread behind this thread guide right here, just like the other thread is behind there as well. You go up to your take-up arm, you thread from right to left, and then there's a thread guide. I'm going to stand up real quick. There's a thread guide. It's a little bit hard to see it. There's a thread guide right there on the faceplate. And then you're going to follow that thread down. Shut that light off again. You're going to follow that thread down. There's another thread point. Another thread point right there that you have to go through. And then you're going to be threading this needle from right to left. You thread the needle from right to left. And also the flat side of the needle on this machine is going to be going which direction? Which direction does the flat side go on the featherweight? Does anyone know? What direction does the flat side go? Look at the live chat real quick. What side? What side does the flat side go on the featherweight? And it's true of the featherweight standard and also the 222K. I'm actually going to open up to the book as well so I can tell you the page that it's on. And it's on page 16 for the 222K manual that I have. This manual was originally printed in France at the Singer plant in France, and then it was reprinted from that same location in English. And Susie, I noticed Susie said to the left, she's spot on. The flat side of the needle on the featherweight is going to go to the left, which tells us that as that machine is operating, the flat side and the scarf are going to be on the same side. The long groove is going to be on the opposite side. So that hook is going to be coming on the left side of the needle as that machine is operating. And again, that's on page 16 in this manual that was printed in France, and then it was printed in English at the same location. Also, as far as the bobbin orientation, does anyone know when you insert the bobbin in the bobbin case on the featherweight, and instead of being on the front like a standard featherweight, it's actually going to be on the end of the free arm right here. Does that thread come underneath like a lot of the singers? Does it come over the top? Where does that thread go? How do you orientate that thread as you're holding the bobbin and you're bringing that bobbin into the bobbin case? This is your bobbin case. This is your bobbin. Is that thread coming underneath or over the top when you bring those together and you insert it in the machine? What do you think? Over the top or underneath? Over the top or underneath? Oh, hello to I'm assuming it's pronounced Eva. Hello to Eva. I see that as a new name in the live chat, so that's kind of cool. So no one is answering, so I'm just going to tell you. When you're holding the bobbin case in your left hand and you're holding the bobbin in your right, and you're bringing those two together as a pre-step to set the machine up to sew, make sure that that thread is coming over the top. Make sure that thread is coming over the top. So when you put that bobbin with the thread coming over the top into the bobbin case and you insert it in the machine, and that bobbin is turning in the sewing process, it's going to be turning clockwise. It's going to be turning clockwise instead of like a lot of the machines that we've shown recently in live streams where that bobbin is turning counterclockwise and that thread is coming underneath. On the featherweight, make sure when you have that bobbin here, the bobbin case here, you put them together, make sure that thread is coming over the top. So as it's in the machine, that bobbin is turning clockwise. Okay? So flat side to the left, threading from right to left, and the bobbin case thread, when you bring the two together, is coming over the top so that it's going to be turning clockwise in the sewing process. Okay? Hopefully that's helpful as you set up your featherweight or your featherweight. This is referred to as the featherweight convertible or the featherweight free arm. Whichever model you have, hopefully you're setting it up for success. Yeah. And it looks like Eva or Eva. I assume it's Eva. It's from Panama, if I'm reading that correctly, huh? Yeah. So glad to have you. So glad to have you here from Panama. And if you want to share anything about the machines that you have in Panama, that would be cool. And I have no idea. I'm just going to check real quick. I'm going to check something real quick because I'm a little curious. A little bit curious here. My phone is moving like really, really slow. What is the voltage in Panama?
120 volts. According to Electrical Safety First, Panama operates on a 120 volts supply voltage and 60 hertz.
So Panama is operating with exactly the same electrical grid that we have in the US. They're operating with 120 volts and 60 hertz. 60 hertz is the number of cycles per second when you're operating something like a motor or otherwise. The number of impulses or whatever electrically that are occurring every second that particular device is operating. Whereas in the European marketplace, they're operating at a different voltage than we do in the US or EVA does in Panama, and their hertz cycle, in other words, the number of impulses per second, is going to be a little bit less than the US. In Europe, it's typically going to be right around 50 hertz, whereas in the US and Panama, we're operating at 60 hertz, but our voltage is considerably less. So we have lower voltage, higher hertz in the US and Panama, but in the European marketplace, they have higher voltage and lower hertz because of that voltage difference, if that makes sense. So any one of you could take a sewing machine to EVA in Panama. You would not need a step-up converter to operate that machine there, or a step-down converter for that matter. Yeah. Okay, real quick, if all of you will allow me, we've kind of gone around the machine. I'm going to put the free arm extension bed on, and I'm going to pop upstairs to take care of something real quick. And then I'm going to pop back down, and we're finally going to sew with this machine that is destined for Liz down in Texas. Finally going to sew with it. Finally. Okay, so let me rotate this a little bit, see if I can get that free arm into position. And again, this particular machine, different than the last 222K that you just recently saw that I presented, that is already down in Mississippi. It's already down in Mississippi for Elaine. This one was not run through the paint shop. It was not run through the paint shop. So it's going to have a few little imperfections on the patina. And that's okay with the owner, so that's okay with me. All right, and then once you slide the bed on like you just saw me do, now I'm going to put that little screw back in to lock it in place. Turn our light back on. Actually, I've got to turn the, I turned the step-up converter off temporarily, so now I can turn the light on. We'll rotate this machine around as we're getting ready to do some sewing finally. And like I say, I'm just going to step away for just a moment. I'll put on some Irish style music while I step away real quick, and I'll be right back. So thank you in advance for your patience as we get ready to launch into this featherweight convertible, this 222K. And let me do one other thing. You can actually do some work while I step away. You can do some work, can look up the dating of this machine and the size of the production group, etc. I'm also going to give you another task to do real quick. Let me actually give this to you real quick, and then I'll step away real quick, and I'll give you a task to do. It'd be more fun to look at it like this sideways. You can't really see the machine that way. Okay, she's a beauty. Even without going through the paint shop, she's got her blemishes, but she's still absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous machine. Okay, now I'm looking for my notes. I had my notes somewhere. Okay, here they are. So would one of the leadership team members please type this serial number into the live chat? Please type this serial number in the live chat. And if someone, maybe someone other than one of the leaders, because the leaders are always doing this, and maybe someone else can help out. If the leaders want to jump in as well and have the answers ready, that would be awesome. But let's let someone else do some of the homework during class time. So the serial number on this Queen of Singers that we're looking at right now, again, that is going to be heading to Liz down in Texas. The serial number is E as in Edward, N as in Nancy, 135199. Let me say it again. E as in Edward, N as in Nancy, 135199. So 135, 199 on the end. Prefix is EN. E as in Edward, E as in Nancy, 135199. So look it up if you would while I step away just for a moment and give us the birth date, the full birth date, and how many were in the production group of this particular machine when it was manufactured in Kilbowie, Scotland. The other thing I want to ask you, it's a little bit more to ask, but I think you're up to it. You're definitely up to it. In this particular letter prefix of EN, E as in Edward, N as in Nancy, in this particular letter prefix, are there any other type of featherweights in this letter prefix? What are they? And if you could give the production group size and the year, the month and year of that other type of featherweight, that would be super cool. I'll give you a big hint. Along with this machine, there are two other types of featherweights in that serial number prefix of EN. And if you want to type them into the live chat, if you reach out afterwards, I'll mail you something special. Okay, I'll mail you something special because I'm asking a fair amount of you. I'm asking you to look up this machine plus to list the other types of featherweights that might be under the same letter serial prefix as this machine, EN. Okay, hopefully that some of that makes sense. All right, let me put on some Irish music and I'll be back in just a moment. Okay. So I had something that I ordered. It's for a machine. It's very valuable. And I noticed that up on my screen had popped up a notification that it was delivered, and it was sitting out there, out in the open. And you hear about the porch pirates or whatever they call them. So I didn't want to risk this going missing. And so I had to pop out there real quick to grab it, is what I did. So thank you for understanding that I had to do that. It's kind of unfortunate that all the rest of us either did or are working hard so we can get the nice things in life that, kind of a blessing, and there's others out there that don't want to work and want to take stuff from other people. It's kind of a shame, isn't it? I had to get a quick little sip of my Diet Coke because I've been going over 2 hours now. And again, hello to Kevin and Doreen out in Iowa that came to the workshop to pick up their machines, to drop off their machines as well, obviously. And they left this with me so that I can promote Iowa's corn. So if you didn't know Iowa was famous, Iowa is famous for corn. Now you know. And you can even go to Iowa, what is it? IowaCorn.org if you want to learn more about Iowa corn. It's probably not on the top of your list for this weekend, but if you get really bored, you can go to IowaCorn.org and learn more about the corn out by Kevin and Doreen in that neck of the woods. All righty. So let's actually start doing some sewing on this machine. What do you think? Let's actually do that. Okay. So the materials that I have for sewing on this featherweight convertible today is I've got some canvas, kind of pointed over this way. Got some canvas. I've got some protected full grain leather. I actually have up to 2 layers of that. I like to sew heavy on featherweights sometimes, just to remind people that even though they're, a very light machine, and they're aluminum based, on the inside, they are built like a tank. They've got very, very good forged steel gears and everything else. There's nothing plastic inside of the featherweight. So you can work them hard as long as you maintain them well. And I've got a number of customers that will do, 12, probably up to 12 ounces of leather on their featherweights on a regular basis, not on a daily basis, but on a regular basis. As long as you keep those worm gears lubricated and the other points of the machine lubricated properly, you're able to sew pretty doggone heavy on these machines. Then also I have saddle grade leather as well. I've got a lot of saddle grade leather. I've got 2 layers of it. Excuse me. I've got 2 layers of saddle grade, and we'll probably do 1 layer, and then we'll do a second layer next to it. Then I've got genuine elk hide. I don't know that I'm going to do 2 layers of elk hide on this featherweight convertible, but I've got it here if I decided to be utterly crazy. And I didn't tell you about the needle that's in the machine. This is the needle that's in the machine today. None other than our Schmetz needle. That's pretty much all I use in the workshop, unless I'm working with a light industrial machine. And I'm using a harpoon needle today. Size 100, which equates to a size 16. So right away, you probably think of our dear friend that has departed, Susie, not our Susie now, but our other Susie. And yeah, we also call her Sunny as well. Sunny that passed away always would describe big needles like this as harpoon needles. So we're using a size 100 today. That's pretty doggone big for a featherweight sewing machine. But I do have this genuine elk hide as well that we're probably going to stitch off on today. And this is a special treat. I kept moaning and groaning about my denim that I had being super light, and it was hard to see the stitching on it. So Emma from Florida went to a thrift shop, picked up a good chunk of denim, and mailed it off to me as a surprise. I just got it. So I'll be sewing on this denim that Emma got from a thrift shop down in Florida. That's going to be a lot darker, so it should be easier for us to see that stitching on it. But we're going to be sewing denim. Then I've got some of this velvet as well. Some of this velvet material. It's designed for like a tree skirt or something like that around the holidays. Got that real slippery plastic back on it. And we'll be stitching on some of this, some velvet today. So we're going to be going from super crazy heavy duty leather to canvas to velvet to denim. And then, of course, whenever we have an opportunity, we always try to pull out our bubblegum material as well, which is almost made to look like leather, but it's not. It's a vinyl-based man-made material, almost like a contemporary version of Naugahyde. But it's got a huge amount of vinyl in it. So this stuff is always fun to sew because it has a tendency to create, deformity of stitching. It causes skip stitching and all kinds of other fun stuff that makes my job on a live stream so much more fun. So much more fun. Like a sharp stick in the eye fun. And the only thing I realized that I didn't prepare, which I'll do real quick, because I was running around doing other things, getting all of this set up so we could go over the voltage stuff that we covered and everything, is I didn't prepare any cotton. I did some off camera. To check the stitching and the tension balance on this 222K, but I didn't prepare any. So maybe I'll be back to Irish music again as I'm cutting some real quick. And that way you won't be dozing off. Hopefully you'll be doing an Irish jig or some sort of Irish dance while I'm cutting some material. So let me do that real quick. I can't believe I missed the cotton, but I did. So hold on. Hold on. All right, I'm going to shut that off. That sounded like Emma texting me, so let me see if I can check real quick. Oh, okay. Emma sent me a note reminding me to cut a sewing circle. I'm actually not going to do that on this featherweight convertible today. Sewing circle is kind of a classic thing that I do to wrap up a live stream, where I cut usually a piece of leather using one of the holes over here, and I cut it in a circle, and then I stitch around and 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 around to the middle. I'm not going to do that on this convertible today. I don't feel it. I don't feel like I want to do that, but I appreciate the reminder nonetheless, Emma, to do that. Yeah, yeah. Got to keep you guys on on the edge a little bit as far as doing something a little bit unexpected instead of doing something that you're expecting every single time. So we won't be doing a sewing around in a circle today, but we'll be doing other fun stuff. So yeah, yeah. We could even sew around denim. Who knows? But yeah, thanks for the reminder, Em. I appreciate that. Okay, what else do I have? I think that's it. I'm done. I'm going to set this to the side, and unless I get a text message, I'm not going to do it again. Oh wow, I'm tracking. My phone is tracking way behind on the live stream. What was I in the middle of? Wow. Okay. Yep. Susie nailed it. VC 200W is what this model is. I guess my 5G network is pretty fast compared to my phone service. Wow. I'm tracking way behind on my phone. I don't know if any of you others have like multiple devices open when you're watching a live stream, and it's interesting to notice sometimes how your cell service is tracking in relation to your home internet as far as the driving a live stream. You might find that one is tracking behind the other because of the speed that it's pushing that data. Okay, so finally, oh my goodness gravy, that's okay. Finally, we're going to be actually sewing with this machine. All right, let me move all that to the back. I think we'll start with cotton. We'll see if we can get the camera relatively close to the action. Point it down like this. Probably going to shut that light off too. I'm going to shut that that LED light off. See how it kind of obscures everything? We'll get this 100% cotton. I've got a stiffener in there. We'll get that into place, and we'll try stitching our first stitch on here. And yeah, and then we'll march through all these other sew-offs so you can check it out. And I'll just tell you this, live streams run long, but I think we have a lot of good stuff that we cover that you can then take out into your circles and share it with others, right? So I think our time is well spent, and we walk away equipped with a lot of new information that we can pass along to others that don't know about that stuff because they're not in our classroom. Why aren't they in our classroom? That's an important question, right? It's a ways above. I don't remember. I think Tim may have. All right, I'm going to turn the volume down on the phone because I still have that live stream on my phone. Okay. At last. I think there's a song like that. At last. No, 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 no. I don't know all the words. All right. Let's put this 222K to work. Again, we're sewing with a harpoon needle. So it'll be interesting to see how it reacts to this cotton. And let's do this right now. Right now. All right, here we go. And again, because you're threading this needle from right to left, when you're drawing your material away so you can clip your thread, it's not a bad idea to draw it to the left so that you're not working against the normal contour and bend of that needle, if that makes sense. So I'm kind of drawing it to the left here so that I'm not causing that needle to flux the wrong direction. In other words, if we're threaded from right to left, there's going to be less resistance and tug on that needle if we go this way versus that way. And I know that seems common sense, but sometimes we as human beings don't do common sense things, do we? We just don't do them. And then all of a sudden you put a little bit too much force, not so much on a size 100 needle, but on a, let's see, you're sewing with a size 70 needle, and you actually cause a little bit of a bend on that needle, and then you start to have problems. Yeah. Kind of crazy, kind of silly, but That's the way we are, isn't it, as human beings? We do silly things. Okay, clip, clip. All right, before I show you this stitch, I think we'll do one more stitch line, but we're going to shorten it up quite a bit. I'm going to shorten it up quite a bit. So I'm going to go over here a little bit with the camera. We're looking at our stitch length controller right here. I'm going to bring it up to probably about 12 stitches per inch, right about there. 12, yeah, right around 12 to 14 stitches per inch. And we'll stitch off one more time on this 100% cotton, and then we'll take a look at those stitches. First of all, I need to make sure my take-up arm, right now, see where the take-up arm is? The best way to launch with a sewing machine is to bring that all the way up so it's almost at the downstroke. See that? It's almost at the downstroke. I'm going to take off my ring as well, just so I don't scratch this machine as I'm going back and forth. I'll take off my watch also. There's a certain different, we respect our vintage machines, but when you're dealing with the queen of singers, there's just a little bit of a different expectation that the queen expects as far as our level of respect. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Let's do a much shorter stitch now. And we are sewing with, I didn't even tell you this, with all the other stuff I was covering with electricity and everything, I didn't even tell you the thread we're using. We're sewing with this Americana quilting thread, and it's 100% cotton. I think it's 100% cotton. Yeah. It's 100% glazed cotton, whatever that means. So 100% glazed cotton, and we're sewing this with this Americana thread and a size 100 Schmetz universal needle. Size 100 universal needle. All right, let's do this next stitch line now. Here we go. Yeah. Bring my needle back up. Again, I'm going to try to draw it to the left if I can, because we're threaded right to left again on this featherweight. Give that thread a clip. Get this thread back into position so we're ready for our next sew off. And I didn't look at the live chat when I kind of was asking if the electrical stuff and explaining foot controllers, the setup with the step-up converter, all that kind of stuff. I hope you found that. Helpful. It's good to understand that stuff about your sewing machines, especially if you're looking to diversify your collection. If you're looking to diversify your collection and you're looking to have machines that might be set up in a different voltage bracket from the European marketplace, it's good to understand how all that works, I think. So here's our stitching. We're at 2 hours and 38 minutes or something like that, and I'm showing you the stitching for the first time. So I'm teaching you patience as well, no doubt. And as you would expect on a featherweight, especially the queen of featherweights, or the queen of singers as it is, you would expect to see some really, really good looking stitching, even though we're sewing with a harpoon needle, and you're not going to be seeing quite the level of stitch definition if you were using, say, a microtex type needle or an embroidery needle or a smaller gauge needle. But still, you're going to be seeing some beautiful, beautiful stitching. This is obviously our top stitching. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. Now we turn it around, we'll look at our lock stitching. That'll give us a good starting point, give us a good benchmark. That'll give us a good benchmark for how our tension is doing right now as we're sewing on this 100% cotton with this stiffener. Because as you change your setup, as you change from one needle size to another, different thread types in that, you might have to make some subtle adjustments to your tension. So this is our lock stitch now. We'll see how that looks in relation to our top stitch. And I think we're starting with a real good balance right now. Our lock stitch also looks really, really good. I'm seeing that my presser foot pressure might be a little bit set high because I was anticipating doing that leather during the live stream, so I bumped it up. But as we're showing on lighter materials, we want to remember to try to back off that presser foot pressure, and then we don't get this bunching of the material as much. It reduces that quite a bit where we're getting an even feed with a proper presser foot pressure, but it's not too heavy. Right now, we're set probably a little bit heavy for this cotton material, and that's okay as long as we understand and we recognize that. So some really beautiful stitching. This again is our lock stitching. Both our longer stitch, it's close to 6 to 7 stitches per inch. And then when we reduce that stitch length down to around 12 to 15 stitches per inch, some really, really good looking stitching, as we would expect. Again, I mean, we are talking the Queen of Singers, right? But I'm really impressed. We're sewing with a harpoon needle, and yet we're still getting some really, really good clarity of stitch. Some really, really good clarity of stitch. So our lock stitch, lock stitching, and our top stitching. Yeah. So a great starting point. I like to start with cotton because cotton is going to be a real common material that I'm guessing that Liz would be sewing on regularly down there in Texas. And as long as we know that we're getting a good balance for that cotton material, then we should have to make only very minor adjustments, if any, as we move from this common sew-off material, this cotton, into leathers and bubblegum material and commercial grade canvas and denim, and also the velvet. I almost forgot the velvet material as well. But I'm definitely going to call this a success. I'll throw this in the back as our starting point as we move into some of these other materials. Now I'd like to involve all of you, since you've been so patient as I ran you through to become apprentice electricians. You know, if you missed the beginning of the live stream, the middle of the live stream, I covered a lot of electrical stuff about 220 versus 110, 125. And I did some demonstrations as well. So if you missed that, you'll want to rewind after the live stream and capture that so that you can take that knowledge and use it in your circle or other circles that you're in. But right now I want to involve you. So I want to ask for your input on these other materials we have. What would you like to see me sew next? Would you like me to do some leather? Do you want to do bubblegum material? Do you want to do denim? Do you want to do velvet? And we'll launch into some of these other sew-offs to get us to the finish line on this live stream. Okay, so I see a vote for denim. I see a vote from denim, and I think that came from Candido out of New York. So we're going to launch into some denim sewing straight away. And I'll go ahead and increase our stitch again. I'm going to leave our presser foot pressure where it is because we're going to be looking at multiples of this on this featherweight. So I cut this material way too big, way too big. I'm looking to probably do 6 layers of denim on this featherweight. And I didn't mention it because I mentioned it in other live streams, but we talk a lot about the original featherweight that was introduced at the Chicago World's Fair. Does anyone remember the year that the featherweight was introduced at the Chicago World's Fair? Secondly, does anyone remember the theme of that Chicago World's Fair where the featherweight was first introduced? So 2 questions. What year was that Chicago World's Fair that this original featherweight, not the 222K, but the original featherweight that was introduced there, what year was that? And what was the theme of that Chicago World's Fair? What was the theme? And I've mentioned this in several other live streams. So if you take good notes and you pay attention, You're probably going to be able to remember this. And this will be on your midterm too. Right, Susie? Am I right? Candido? We're going to put this on the midterm for our fellow students, fellow teachers, right? Yeah. What year did that occur in Chicago? The Chicago World's Fair, where the featherweight was first introduced, and what was the theme of that Chicago World's Fair? And while you're guessing, I'm going to clean my glasses. Still am in wonder of how glasses get dirty when all you're doing is sitting in front of a sewing machine. But there's air movement, there's stuff in the air, blah, 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 blah. So they get dirty just sitting doing nothing. It's kind of crazy. All right, so I'm going to look at the live chat and see if we have any incredibly brilliant individuals, which is everyone in the classroom, duh. The smartest people in the world that are in our classroom. And not just the leaders. The leaders are brilliant, but everyone else that comes to the classroom as well is really, really in a totally different class than any other YouTube channel out there. Let's see what we got. All right. Well, Susie in Minnesota. Susie in Minnesota, the first one in the classroom pretty much every time. I'm ringing the bell to acknowledge the fact that she nailed it. She nailed it. It was in 1933. And because of the timing of the Chicago World's Fair, it actually ran almost a whole year with millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of people coming to that event to see the featherweight and certainly a lot of other items that were part of that century of progress. And so Susie nailed it. So make note of that so that when the leaders give you a midterm test at some unannounced time, you're going to have those two answers down pat. So 1933 to 1934, century of progress. Century of progress. Don't forget it. Yeah, technology, innovation, the whole shebang, anything that would be considered progressive, that was transformative for that society at the time, for the basic living of individuals of the time. It changed their lives in the home. It changed their lives in other ways. There certainly were automobiles as well that were introduced at the Century of Progress in Chicago that had different features or functions that had never been seen before, or that had, that evolved through that particular item, that product, that were transformative for people living their daily lives. And that was certainly true of the featherweight as well. The featherweight that was introduced by the most beautiful women parading around holding a pizza pie on the flat of their hand because it weighed in only at 11 pounds. And you might remember from the last live stream we did talking about that other queen of singers that went down to Elaine and her granddaughters in Mississippi. I talked about the approximate weight of the featherweight convertible, the featherweight free arm like we're looking at today. Is it heavier or lighter? Is it heavier or lighter than a standard featherweight? And how much does it weigh approximately? Does anyone remember the approximate weight of a featherweight free arm? Yeah, write it in the live chat if you're willing to do that so that we can have that as a resource for others that watch this later as a video instead of as a live stream. Yeah, Emma's spot on. It's heavier. It's heavier, but how much heavier approximately? How much heavier is the featherweight free arm due to the special engineering that it requires to be a free arm machine? A little bit heavier than 13 pounds, Emma, but that's a great guess. A little bit heavier than 13 pounds. It's going to weigh in right around 14 pounds. Right around 14 pounds. So it's going to be about 3 pounds heavier than that featherweight we're going to be looking at on Tuesday that belongs to that featherweight Centennial model. So it's about 3 pounds heavier due to the engineering of the machine in them making it into a free arm. The motor is going to be nearly identical. The basic body core is going to be nearly identical, but there are certain engineering changes that had to be made to make it a free arm machine, and that added just about 3 pounds. So it weighs in right around 14 pounds, approximately when you're looking at the featherweight convertible. So it weighs a little bit less than our big sister to the featherweight, the 301 301A. The 301 301A, you might remember, is going to be about a pound heavier than the featherweight convertible. It's going to weigh in. The big sister, the 301 301A that were introduced around 1951, those machines, the big sisters that are going to have the tilt bed as well, they're going to weigh in right around 15 pounds versus 14 pounds versus the original featherweight, 11 pounds. 14 and 15 are the numbers to remember for your midterm exam so that you get a good grade. You want to get a good grade, don't you? Don't you want a good grade? Don't you want the leaders to praise you and say, wow, you guys are, just like Scott said, you're the smartest people in the world. You just are. So remember, 11 pounds for the original featherweight, 14 pounds for the featherweight convertible, and 15 pounds for the 301 and the 301A, the big sisters to the featherweights. Yeah. Don't forget those numbers. And the leaders will be amazed and they'll recognize you are as brilliant as I'm always saying you are. Yeah, you are. You're all brilliant. And people hate you for that, but oh well, that's their problem. That's their agenda. If they want to be as smart as you guys and gals, then they should be coming to the classroom, right? Come to the classroom, become as smart as the rest of the Cow Country family. Yeah, it's simple. It's simple. It's simple. I want to do it with a New York accent. All right, so let's sew some denim now, finally. Let's sew some denim. I think we'll do 6 layers. We're starting with 2 layers. And again, this is the denim that Emma found at a thrift shop down in Florida, which is, how cool is that? So I've got way too much here. I didn't know what I was thinking. Hold on a second. Let me cut this in half. This is kind of silly. Let me cut this in half. And yes, I'm using my Guggenheim professional tailoring scissors. A number of you in the audience today have a pair of these already. You may have won them in one of our contests. And it's possible, hint, hint, poke, poke, hint, hint, poke, poke. It's possible on Tuesday, I might be giving another pair of those away. Possible. Okay, so folding it in half, we're at 2 layers. Then we go up to 4 layers by folding it kind of like that. And then we go up to 6 layers by kind of folding it like that again. So 6 layers of heavy grade denim. Compliments of Emma from Florida is what we're going to be attempting next with this Queen of Singers. And remember, again, I started it. I was the first one in the world. We were the first ones in the world. Let me clarify that. We were the first ones in the world to call the regular featherweight the Princess of Singers. This one is the Queen of Singers. So that might be on your midterm too, but I'll leave that up to the leadership team as to whether or not they put that on your midterm exam. Yeah, it's up to them. It's up to them. All right. So let's see if we can fit these 6 layers. I'm just going to check my math here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. See if we can fit these 6 layers underneath this presser foot. It may be too thick, to be honest with you. It may be too thick. We'll see. It's really close. Really, really close. I think we can do it. I think we're going to do it. All right. So 6 layers of denim. And I know this causes some people that watch these live streams and or watch them later as a video, it causes them to kind of freak out because a lot of people that own a featherweight or own a featherweight convertible like this, that's a big investment. And they're terrified that if they sew at this level, they're going to break their machine. Let me tell you, as long as you're doing regular maintenance on your machine, greasing the gears, keeping the machine clean, lubricating it properly, this machine is built tank on the inside. So you don't need to be concerned about that. Okay? You don't need to be concerned about that. All right. So 6 layers of heavy grade denim by way of Naples, Florida. So this is Naples, Florida denim. I think it is. Let's see how this little Queen of Singers does on a sew off like this. And I'm going to try to put both hands here and launch into it just with the sheer grit of that 0.4 amp motor, which is a pretty doggone small motor, isn't it? But it's been optimized. It's ready to make it happen. I hope. I think it might. Here we go. Yeah. Hope it made it happen. Tension's the only thing I'm wondering about. How do we maintain tension? We maintain tension very nicely. Thank you, Scott. Yeah, we've got some beautiful stitching. Let's check this out. And again, we did that without a hand start. So if anyone says, well, that 0.4 amp motor is not able to sew, that 0.4 amp motor on that featherweight and featherweight convertible is not designed to sew heavy duty. It can't do it. Well, I beg to differ, because we just went through 6 layers of heavy grade denim, and we did it without a hand start. And this featherweight convertible did a brilliant job. And we see if we can take a look at these stitching. And we do have it set on the longest stitch, but we might have to bump up that presser foot pressure even a little bit higher than we have it already to get a longer stitch or a more full stitch from the machine. Remember, if you don't have enough presser foot pressure, you're not going to get the feed that you should, and it's going to make that stitch just a little bit shorter, which I think is what we accomplished on these 6 layers of denim. Beautiful stitching. Trying to pull it back a little bit for you. This is our top stitching that we're looking at right now. Beautiful stitching. All right, let me see if I can get a little bit closer. Move my big finger out of the way. I think it's trying to focus on my shirt. Let me move it over this way a little bit. I'll move to the side maybe. There we go. So our top stitch is really, really looking good. That means our bobbin case down in the raceway is working really hard to make sure that we have a nicely defined top stitch. If you're brand new to sewing and you didn't know it, your top stitch is managed and created and defined by your bobbin case. It is not defined by the upper tension so much so. They work cooperatively, but it's really your bobbin case that gives you a beautiful top stitch like you're looking at right now on the screen. That's a beautiful page 34 plus top stitch. Absolutely gorgeous in every respect. The stitch formation, the stitch presentation is exactly what we want to be seeing. Exactly what we want to be seeing. And again, we did this through 6 layers of heavy grade denim. Now, if we turn it over, after you look at the width of that, if we turn it over and look at that lock stitch now, we're not going to see anything different. We're still going to see a beautiful lock stitch with some beautiful tension management as well. We don't have any loopiness. We don't have any skip stitches. We've just got beautiful page 34 lock stitches as well. I'm going to turn it like this as well. I think it's a little bit easier to see. pull those back, some beautiful lock stitching through these 6 layers of denim. And yes, we just did it on a featherweight convertible, the Queen of Singers. So in any of those featherweight circles, if you see people blah, blah, blahing about, don't do heavy sewing on your featherweight, don't do heavy sewing on your featherweight, you can just go, yeah, yep, 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 yep. Because you can do it. You can do it all day long as long as you maintain that machine properly. And you'll get beautiful stitching like this, beautiful page 34 plus stitching, as long as you maintain that machine. You got to maintain it. You got to put your work in. You got to maintain it just like you change the oil on your car. You got to maintain that machine properly, whatever kind of machine it is. Yeah. So beautiful lock stitching. Hopefully you can see that. Beautiful lock stitching all the way across. Beautiful top stitching. It's our top stitching again. Beautiful top stitching. And again, we did it through 6 layers of heavy grade denim. So this, as my friends down in Texas would say, this ain't a light sew off, y'all. This ain't a light sew off, y'all. 6 layers of denim, most people would agree that's pretty hardcore. And we just did it again with a 0.4 amp motor. We could have done the same thing with the European motor if we had it plugged into the step-up converter or step-up converter rather. And that's only rated, does anyone remember what that European featherweight motor is rated at? Our standard featherweight motor is 0.4 amps. What is that European motor rated at? And again, your leadership team might put this on your midterm, so I hope you were paying attention as to the amperage rating on that European motor that I demonstrated in a number of ways on this live stream. Because we could have done it on that motor too. Yeah. Beautiful stitching. I'm going to move that to the side and I'll look at the live chat, see if anyone remembers what that European motor was rated at as far as amperage. Yeah, well done, Susie. Well done, Susie. That European motor is rated at 0.25 amps, 0.25. So a quarter of an amp, 25 tenths of an amp, if you will, versus the 0.4. And again, it's rated lower on amperage in the European market. It doesn't need the amperage because it has that voltage so much higher to push that motor, and the motor is wrapped accordingly to accommodate that higher voltage. So just remember that the motors are different, but when they're receiving the proper voltage, like I demonstrated earlier in the live stream, they can have the same output, whether they're rated with a lower amperage or not, because the voltage offsets it. The voltage offsets it. Yeah. Okay, what do we do next? I'm going to look at our time. Yeah, we're going to try to push through this fairly rapidly. But we've got elk hide. We've got. I'd like to try to save. I think I'll save the saddle grade until last. I'm going to set that over there. But we got elk hide. We've got protected full grain leather. We've got bubblegum material. We've got canvas. We've got velvet over here. So I'll let you all pick what you think we should try next, and then we'll kind of march into that. And another question that might be on your midterm, if the leaders decide to put it on your midterm, we were talking about the motor. What size motor brushes do the two different motors take? The US motor and the European motor, as far as millimeters. What millimeter motor brushes does the European motor take? And what size motor brush does the US featherweight motor take in millimeters? So it's a certain number by a certain number. And are they different? I talked about this earlier in the live stream. Are they different? Are they the same? What do you remember from what I shared earlier in the live stream? And no one's jumping on that, so I'm thinking that you may not have written it down, or you may not remember that. So the answer is when it comes to motor brushes on the European featherweight motor that's rated at 0.25 amps, as Susie said, and when it comes to the US featherweight motor that's rated at 0.4 amps, those motors are going to take the identical carbon motor brush. And it's going to be 6 by 6. So 6 millimeters by 6 millimeters is the proper size for both of those motors. So write that down. Remember that, because it might come up again, and you might get tested on your midterm about the motor brush size between those two motor types. So make note of it. And I say that playfully. I say that in fun, of course. But it's great to have that information, because you're going to get into other circles. You're going to get into other circles on Facebook, on Etsy, on Pinterest, who knows where, maybe at a quilting retreat. And somehow, some way, the topic will come up about the motors, about the motor brushes. Maybe someone's having a featherweight that's not performing well. It's because the motor brushes are ground all the way down. Remember, as those motor brushes are running over the commutator in that electrical field is consuming those motor brushes. So over time, they get shorter and 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 shorter. And it's important to know what size motor brush you need to maintain that motor and to replace those motor brushes as the need arises. And that can even come up in quilting retreats or quilting expos or quilting whatever, or sewing groups. So you know now the correct answer, and you can guide someone to the right motor brush so that they can get that motor back on track, hopefully, and get it running as well as a cow country machine would be running, right? We help folks out. Help folks out. And Candido just typed something fun and retracted it. Ha ha! I didn't know what Candido typed, but he typed something. It had to be cool. So I missed it. I miss everything. Thank God for the leadership team. I miss everything, and they catch everything. So that's a blessing. That's a blessing for sure. Well, why don't we do this? Why don't we do some, we'll jump into a little bit of leather. We'll do some of this protected full grain leather. Protected full grain leather again, and this could be on your midterm test. Protected full grain leather is a very, very high piercing threshold leather. In other words, it's hard for that needle to get through it, in part because it's chemically treated, and it's chemically treated to make it resistant to staining. That's why it's called protected full grain leather. Protected full grain leather has a chemical coating on it that makes it resistant to staining. So this kind of stuff, in those fancy Lear jets that I talk about, I get these scraps. I get these scraps from a local company, and they give me the scraps that they don't need to make their fancy seats for the rich people to put their butts on. And if they spill a drink or a wine or whatever on those protected full grain leather seats, those airport, what do they call them? Flight attendants? Those airport flight attendants can say, "Sir, ma'am, don't worry. I'll clean it up once you're done. Or if you want to go to the restroom, I'll clean it up." And they take their little cloth with their little magic stuff, and they wipe over that protected full grain leather that had wine or some other fancy drink spilled on it, and it wipes away straight away because it's got that special chemical coating on the leather. But that chemical coating galvanizes the surface of the protected full grain leather. And if you're stitching it, it can be a bear to get through it, because it galvanizes, it fortifies the surface and protects it, but it also makes that piercing threshold higher up, if that makes sense. So I'm going to go through a single layer to start, and then we'll add that second layer, hopefully, to show that even a featherweight, whether it's a princess of singers or a queen of singers, can sew leather all day long as you maintain that machine properly. You got to maintain your machine to maintain that performance, right? All right, so a single layer, and then we'll look at the possibility of bumping it up to 2 layers after that. right after I get a drink of soda. Yeah, all that hits the spot. All right. So I'm going to check my take-up arm, make sure that it's at the highest position. It is. And now we're going to try to lay down some page 34 stitching, hopefully on this protected full grain leather. And I'm going to do it again without a hand start. I'm just going to guide it as best as I'm able, and we'll lay down hopefully some beautiful stitching on this protected full grain leather. Here we go. Yeah, like that. Hopefully like that. Yeah. All right, bring that up, draw it to the left again, because again, you're threading this needle from right to left. So you want to pull it to the left so that you're not going against the normal flex of that needle. You don't want to bend your needle. Okay, so see how we maintain tension. It looks like we did an excellent job on the single layer. We'll look at this first, and then we'll look at maybe adding that second layer of protected full grain leather to the next sew off. Just going to look at that lock stitch a little bit more scrutiny. Give me a second here. Oh yeah, very nice. These reading glasses don't work really well to look at things close up sometimes. I just want to look at the integrity of the stitch, and it's bang on. It's bang on. It looks really good. So here's our top stitching. Again, protected full grain leather, probably about 3 to 4 ounces of leather, somewhere in that neck of the woods. There we go. And again, we're not sewing with a leather needle. We're not sewing with a leather needle. We're using a universal needle, which has a slightly rounded point on it. So a slightly rounded point is going to make sure that it doesn't damage the fabric or the material, but it's not ideal for going through leather. And yet, because this motor on this featherweight has been optimized, it's able to get the job done even with a 0.4 amp motor. Get it like this too. That's a really good looking stitch, as you would expect on the Queen of Singers. Very good looking stitch. It's kind of curling a little bit there. There we go. But again, if you look at it from the side, it's not a light sew off. That's serious leather. That's not garment leather. That's not some other cheapy deepy type leather. That's good 3 to 4 ounces of leather. That's thick. And that's why they can get away with using it on those fancy airplanes for the rich people and cover those seats with this stuff. And it lasts a long, 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 long time, even with people sliding back and forth over it. It's a heavy core type leather. And the other weight just went through it without a hand start. No problem. No problem at all. Turn it over, look at that lock stitch. See if we can get nice and close to it. I might have to pull that nap back a little bit. See if we can get nice and close to that as well to show you the quality of that lock stitch, which looks really, really good. See if I can pull that back a little bit. It's easier to see it then, I think. There they are. There they are underneath that nap. Beautiful lock stitching all the way across. Very, very nice. Beautiful lock stitching. Very, very nice. And again, look at that from the side. And now we're considering the possibility of doubling this, as if this isn't thick enough for a cow country featherweight coming out of the workshop. Now we're looking at doubling it. And we'll see. I didn't try this off camera. We got page 34 plus stitching now. Let's see what we get once we double that. And I'm probably going to even bump up our presser foot pressure a little bit more, give it about 1 or 2 turns, because now we're going to be going through 2 layers of this protected full grain leather with a featherweight and with a featherweight convertible, which is like the elite side of the featherweight family, the elite side. So this is kind of what we're going to look at going through now. If you look at that from the side. And I know that there are featherweight people that are cringing and biting their nails, maybe even rolling into the fetal position as I go to do this. But again, remember, if the machine is maintained properly, if those gears are greased, if the oil points that are critical to the machine are taken care of, you've got forged steel from bobbin to balance wheel on this machine. It's built like a tank. So let's see, without a hand start, if we can get through 2 layers of protected full grain leather. I'm going to do it right on this side, right over here. Get that presser foot down. We just bumped the presser foot up a little bit more. We've got a beautiful stitch here right now. I'll be curious to see what we get on the back side of here, because that lock stitch is always trickier to accomplish. That lock stitch is always going to be trickier to accomplish because of the fact of that needle needing to pass down through these 2 thick layers of protected full grain leather and then generate that stitch, that lock stitch from below. It's tricky. It's very, very tricky. Checking one quick message real quick here. Just forgive me for just a second. I'm managing some other things as well, and so I need to. I sometimes get these time-sensitive things I have to respond to. I apologize. Some of my leadership team knows kind of the other things that I'm managing right now, so I think they certainly understand. They certainly understand. Just take a second here. I apologize. Well, I hope everybody is having a good weekend so far. And again, I know, and I know the leaders know as well, that there's a sacrifice or a dedication is maybe a way to say it. There's a dedication in taking time out of a busy Saturday to join these live streams. So know that it go unnoticed. We certainly know that you're sacrificing to do that. We appreciate it. I wish I were a quicker typer when I'm answering these questions that have to be answered in a certain time period. If I were a quicker typer with my finger like this, I would be able to do it much more quickly and much more successfully. I think Susie told me that she types with one finger too when she's doing a text message. Others can use like their thumbs or something like. I have no idea. I can't do that. I'm not a thumb typer, a double thumb typer like some people. Some people pull it off. I don't know how they do it. You know, they're kind of like this. Not me. Not me. That's all right. So let's move on now. We're going to try to get through these 2 layers of protected full grain leather. Again, we're sewing on the Queen of Singers. And you know what I never covered? I asked the question and I never followed up to make sure that we got the answer. Because I'm bouncing. Have you ever been in front of an audience or in front of a camera? Your mind is racing in different directions. I don't think we ever answered the question of the birth date of this machine, did we? We never answered the question of the birth date of this machine. So hopefully somebody got it and they found out that this machine just had a birthday on March 17th. And this machine, this Queen of Singers that's going to be heading to Texas to join Liz, is from 1958. March 17th, 1958 is the birth date of this Queen of Singers. And the other question I asked all of you, and it's just coming to me now that I never followed up on it, is under the serial letter prefix, under the serial letter prefix of N, E as in Edward, N as in Nancy, are there any other featherweights that were created in that same letter prefix for the Singer sewing machines? The answer is yes. And there was one 221K, so a featherweight that was made in the United Kingdom, that would have been from a production group size of 3,000, and it would have been in the time period of April 17th, 1958. The other one was also a 221K from even a smaller production group size of 2,500, and it would have been October 27th, 1958. And that was something I had asked you earlier in the live stream, and then bouncing around doing all the things that I have to do, I forgot to circle back to that. But thankfully, better late than never, I did circle back. So this machine that's going to Texas is from a slightly bigger production group size of 5,000, which is still tiny. 5,000 compared to these other featherweights, the 221K. One came from a production group size of 2,500, the other one from a production group size of 3,000. So see that? I didn't totally forget. I just temporarily forgot to give those answers if no one got them. If no one got them. And Susie, I don't know, I'm not sure exactly what Susie's referring to as far as folks giving me grace, but probably forgetting to give the answer. Maybe that was it. Forgetting to give the answer. But yeah, if anyone's ever been professionally in a role where you do public speaking and or you've done a podcast where podcasts you're not even on video, most cases you're just doing audio, but it is an all-consuming process presenting something like this and preparing for it as well. It's an all-consuming process. Okay, so now let's finally launch into this 2 layers of protected full grain leather. We'll see how the featherweight Queen of Singers does. Again, if you take into account how well a machine needs to be optimized in the workshop to be able to sew at this level, we're talking about a motor size that is less than a third the strength of, say, a Swedish Beauty. A Swedish Beauty in many cases will have a 1.5 amp motor. This has a 0.4 amp motor. So it's less than a third the strength from an amperage standpoint of, say, a Swedish Beauty. And yet we're sewing at the same level that you would expect to see me sewing at a live stream like this on a Swedish Beauty. Matter of fact, we'll be doing similar sew-offs on Candido's Swedish Beauty, hopefully very soon, that we're doing right now on a featherweight. We might push his Swedish Beauty a little bit harder, a little bit further. But you know what? When you're sewing at this level with 2 layers of protected full grain leather, I don't know how much higher you need to go to demonstrate that the machine is a beast, that it's that strong. It's ridiculously strong. So we will see how we do on this sew off. It's not going to be easy at all. All right, so let me get my foot on that little button and see if we can launch into this without a hand start. If we hit the leather and stop, I might give her a little bit of a hand start boost, considering we're dealing with a relatively small motor. All right, here we go. Keep your fingers crossed. Let's see what happens. There we go. We hit that leather and it said, I don't know about this. So I'm going to give it just a little bit of a boost and then bring my hand back over. So you can see that's all I'm doing is giving an initial boost, and then we'll go from there. And again, on these that are threaded from right to left, pull that to the left when you're drawing that thread out so that you're not going against the normal contour and alignment of the needle. All right, gonna move that over there. Give that a quick clip. And I wasn't concerned about the needle bending or breaking as far as going through this leather, but I was curious to see how we would maintain the stitch integrity. So the first layer, the first layer, the first row of stitching right here is the first row that we did through a single layer of protected full grain leather. The bottom row is the stitching we just did through 2 layers of protected full grain leather. I didn't know what you're seeing, but I'm seeing a near mirror image. And it's in part because we remembered to bump up our presser foot pressure. It might be a little bit, it's just a tiny little bit compressed. If you look at the two together with a lot of scrutiny, you'll see that the stitching on the bottom, it's a beautiful page 34 stitch, but even though I bumped up the presser foot pressure, I could have gone up higher because you'll notice a slight compression of that stitch. It's ever so slight, and that's a feed factor because of the density of this leather and the fact that we went from a single layer to 2 layers. But it's barely noticeable because we remembered to bump up that presser foot pressure. And I know that that was Susie that was just sending me a text message, and I'll check that out in just a few seconds. Beautiful page 34 stitching. But you see how vital presser foot pressure is. I've met some sewists, professional seamstresses, professional tailorers that use vintage sewing machines for their craft. They never understood the significance of presser foot pressure. And once they did, all of a sudden, the quality of their seamstress work or their tailoring work went up 5-fold because all of a sudden they were getting nice, robust stitches instead of stubby stitches. Oops, I was looking at the microphone and I just went totally off course. Sorry about that. Beautiful stitching. Look at it like this as well for that top stitching. Beautiful, beautiful stitching. Page 34 plus on both rows, I would say. Both rows, very, very lovely. Absolutely spot on. Now, what are we going to find on the backside with that lock stitch? What are we going to find? Because this is all the leather we just went through. This is the leather we just went through. If you think that's a light sew off, you want to probably take a different medication. Ha ha! Seriously, that is crazy thick. And it's protected full grain leather. And we just did it on a featherweight, the Queen of Singers. That right there. So are we going to have disaster? We got beautiful stitching right here. Hello. Beautiful stitching. Gorgeous. What's going to happen on the backside? Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Page 34 plus stitching, baby, on the back of the 2 layers of protected full grain leather as well. Page 34 plus. Check it out. But again, a little bit stubby, barely noticeable, but I notice it because I notice everything. Barely stubby because we needed to go even a little bit higher on the presser foot pressure. But a beautiful stitch nonetheless. Beautiful stitch. That's our lock stitching. Always more difficult. Always, always, always more difficult than the top stitching. Always more difficult. Look at it like this as well. Folks, that is someone that looks at stitching like that is going to drool. They're going to start drooling out of both sides of their mouth because that is a gorgeous, gorgeous stitch. And we did it through 2 layers of protected full grain leather. You see how it came out of that factory? They had marked this leather to go on one of those fancy seats on the Lear jets, to go underneath some rich person's bottom, or as our friends in the UK say, to go underneath their bum. And they cut off what they wanted, and this was what they left behind. You can see their little marking point right there. I don't know what to say other than we could quit this live stream right now. We need to stop. We just stop right here. But the leaders won't let me do that because they're saying, Scott, it's up to you, man. You're in charge. But we're here to remind you that we have all those other materials we can goof around with. And let's do that. Let's goof around with those materials. So beautiful lock stitching, off the charts. Absolutely. Are you kidding me? You really did that on a featherweight? Are you serious? Yes, we did. We did. There it is right there. There it is right there. There it is right there. So never let anyone tell you, I'm going to put this in the back. Never let anyone tell you that you can't sew heavy duty on a featherweight, whether it's 6 layers of this amazing hardcore denim that Emma found down in Naples, Florida area and sent to me, or whether it's laying down page 34 plus stitching on cotton, or going through 2 layers of protected full grain leather. Never let someone tell you can't do something. We seek not to do, it's the sewing Hippocratic oath. We seek not to do harm to our machines. But when we understand the engineering of a featherweight, that it's forged steel from one end to the other, although it has an outer skin of aluminum to make it lightweight. When we understand that if we properly maintain our featherweights, whether they're that original featherweight introduced at the Chicago World's Fair in 1933 for the Century of Progress, that's on your midterm, pay attention, or it's one of these Queen of Singers made in Kilbowie, Scotland, only 100,000 made in 8 years. Only 100,000 made in 8 years. That's going to be on your midterm too. Pay attention. You can push these machines as hard as you can push any of the heavy duty Singer machines as long as you maintain them, right? All right, finally, Susie, thank you for your patience. I'm going to look and see. Susie sent me a note. What is it? I hit the wrong button. Oh my gosh. What? 528? 533? Over 500 people right now. Over 500 people right now are in our live stream. Oh my goodness gravy. I had not noticed that because I don't look at the laptop. I'm over here. But the leaders notice everything. They're so smart. All of you are smart too, but I'm just saying, I would not have known. I would not have known. See that? Susie just sent this to me right here. 528 folks are checking out the Cow Country family right now and are contemplating coming regularly to live streams. So if anyone ever asks you, is sewing still a thing? Ha! Yeah, it is. It's still a thing. And I'm so grateful. I'm so humbled. And I bet you the leaders too are humbled. They're saying, oh my gosh, we are in charge of a live stream right now. There's other YouTube channels out there that are in the sewing space. They don't have numbers like this. And it's because of our culture. It's because of what it means to be cow country. People feel welcome. They feel validated. They're learning. They're receiving, as my father would have said, they're receiving edumacation. And it's a cool place to hang out. We have fun. We make new friendships. The word's getting out, folks. I think on one of our live streams, Susie or Candido or Emma or somebody said we had almost 1,000 people in the live stream. Almost 1,000 people. It's crazy. Crazy. All right. All right. Get back to work, Scott. Get back to work. All right. So what are we going to do next? Let's just trudge ahead. Let's just trudge ahead. Let's do some alkyd. Alkyd is even thicker. You see that right there. Sort of can see that. It's a single layer of that. Single layer that is probably 5-6 ounces of leather. So we're going to try to go through a single layer of that. I'm going to even bump up our pressure foot pressure a little bit higher. Oh, can I give you guys a secret? I'm going to give you a secret. Can I give you a secret? Is it okay to give you a secret? I'm going to ask the leadership team, is it okay if I give away a secret? Can I give away a secret right now? I discovered a new product and I'd like to give it away. I'd like to reveal it to all of you so that you can have a beautiful faceplate like this with no polishing. Basically spray on, wipe off. It's that easy. Can I give that away? I'm waiting for somebody to tell me. Can somebody tell me? One of the leaders, tell me if I can do it or not. Susie gave me permission. Candido if Candido is still here, or Jenny, or I know Emma's at work, but if I can get validation from just one other leader or anyone else that's in the live stream, if you say yes, then I'll do it. If I don't get another yes, I'm not going to do it. Not going to do it. Looking for one other yes. I only have one yes, so I guess my secret will stay with me for right now, unless I get one other yes in the live stream. Looking at the live stream chat right now. Emma jumped in and gave another yes. Okay, so I'm going to reveal it now. Okay, so people will suggest different ways. People will suggest different ways to get these chromium parts looking gorgeous, without compromising the chromium. We talked about this before, that the chromium finish on a featherweight 222K like this, that chromium coating is about 1/5 the thickness of a piece of paper. The chromium finish on a faceplate like this is about 1/5 the thickness of a piece of paper. That's super thin. Our proponents of using steel wool can get a shiny finish, but they can also very quickly, depending on the grade of steel wool, they can go through that chromium finish real quick, and then all of a sudden the base metal that shows through like almost like a copper look, all of a sudden is showing through on that beautiful finish. It's really easy to go too deep, is my point. It's really easy to go too deep. So when you remove this from the machine, obviously don't try doing this with it on the machine. Don't try shining any of the chromium coated pieces on the machine. It's very dangerous. If you use steel wool, the reason it's dangerous to do it on the machine is little remnants of that steel wool will fall on the finish. And as you try to get it off of the finish, if you make the mistake of trying to brush it off, even with a microfiber cloth, that steel wool is going to go against that clear coat and it's going to create scratching. So don't do that. Even if you blow it off with like a canned air or an air compressor, that stuff going across the surface very rapidly can scratch the finish. So don't do that, any of the polishing with that piece on the machine. Don't do it. Don't do it, please. Don't do it. So what I would recommend instead, I just discovered this stuff. Some of you might already know about it. This is actually designed for stainless steel. It's by Homebright. You see that on the camera, hopefully. It's by Homebright, And generally, most chemicals that are safe to use on stainless steel are also safe to use on chrome coated pieces. You always kind of do a little test, on the corner. You can spray a little bit of this in a container, dip a Q-tip swab and rub it on that chromium coating, just to make sure that you're not going to have an adverse response, depending on the condition of your chromium coating and all that. But this stuff works incredibly well, I found, for tidying up the chromed portions of this featherweight. You can look at that right now. It's gorgeous. And that didn't require any steel. It didn't require any polishing, any abrasive action at all. It was off the machine, obviously. Spray this on there, let it sit for about 5 to 10 seconds. Took a soft cloth, not even a microfiber cloth, a soft cloth, wiped over it several times. And that's the finished product right there. So you can do that with any of the chrome coatings, including the throat plate feed dog cover as well, on your featherweight, on any of your machines. Again, always do a little test case, a small little section first, because the condition of the chromium on the machines will be different depending on what people in the past have cleaned that with or how they've tried to polish it up. So they're not all equal, understand that. But if you do a test case and you get a good result, then you can treat the rest of that with this stuff right here. And it makes it safe, it makes it quick, and it also leaves a protective coating on that chromium as well, so that it's less likely to be affected by anything environmentally or otherwise. So, free tip, you heard it here. And again, just use it cautiously. And always, anything you're going to polish, remove it from the machine, remove it away from the machine, so that if you spray this stuff, you're not going to have that sitting right here and possibly have some of this overspray and get on your paint patina. This could be very damaging to paint patina. Okay? So there you go. You learned it here, and now you can apply it, hopefully. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to go after some alkyd now. I'm going to bump up our pressure for pressure a little bit more because we're showing something really heavy duty here. And we'll see if we can do this initial layer. I think on the alkyd, because it is quite a bit thicker than the protected full grain, and the density of this this leather is even at a higher level than some of the other leathers that we sew. I don't think I'm going to do 2 layers on this featherweight with this. I'm going to do a single layer, and that'll be sufficient on this machine. We'll probably push it to 2 layers on the saddle grade as well, but we're not going to do it with the alkyd. I've got another one just in case, but I think we'll stop it at a single layer on this one. All right, so let's give this a go and see how the featherweight does. Single layer of genuine alkyd, probably about 5 or 6 ounces of leather. And here we go. No hand start. We'll see if we can get through this. Just checking my threading points, making sure we're good to go. Yep. Okay, here we go. Wow. That was almost too easy. That was almost too easy. We might add a second layer just for kicks and giggles. Once a motor is optimized in the workshop, it does have a little bit of a superpower. We might try going to 2 layers on this, because we just accomplished that even easier than I expected. Again, I didn't test this off camera. Did not test it off camera, so there's a little bit of a risk involved. Just a little bit of a risk involved when you're doing sew-offs at this level and you haven't done a pre-test of them off camera. All right, top stitching first, and then we'll look at the lock stitching. But again, look at the side of that. If you think it's an easy peasy sew-off, look at the side of that. So top stitching first. Absolutely gorgeous. And again, you can get even a better result with a leather needle. And also, if you consider using maybe a roller foot, using a roller or a walking foot on your featherweight, you're going to be able to even increase the quality and caliber of that stitch even higher. But I think we're definitely at a page 34, if not a page 34 plus. Absolutely gorgeous stitching. Very, very beautiful stitching. So that again is what we just went through. Now we're going to turn it over and look at that lock stitch and see how we maintained tension. We haven't made a single adjustment on tension during this live stream. We've bumped up our pressure foot pressure, and we've gone through a field already of materials, including denim. We've gone through cotton. We've gone through other leather. And now we're going through this single layer of genuine elk hide, probably about 6 ounces of leather. So now we're going to take a look at this lock stitch and see how we maintained caliber and quality of stitching on this. And what I'm seeing as a beginning point is absolutely page 34 plus. A gorgeous lock stitch through this genuine elk hide. There you can really see it where that nap is a little bit flatter over here. You can really see that stitching popping through. See if I can pull it back for you. Folks, that is gorgeous stitching. And again, we did it on a featherweight, the Queen of Singers, 0.4 amp motor. 0.4 amp motor. Unbelievable. And again, we did this with a non-leather needle. We did it with a universal needle. A universal needle, again, as our ambassador to needles could tell you, Jenny, a universal needle does not have a serrated razor type sharp point on the end. It's slightly rounded. So it's not really designed for piercing at this level. And yet, because this little featherweight motor has been optimized in the workshop, it's delivering at a level that might even be greater than some machines that have much bigger motors. It's got that much oomph to it. And we went through this much leather. No hand start whatsoever. Beautiful lock stitching and beautiful top stitching as well. I would probably, if I were sewing a ton of this stuff, I would bump up the pressure foot pressure even higher and or use a roller foot or a walking foot, because it's a beautiful stitch. It's gorgeous, but it's probably just a little bit stubby because we didn't have enough feed because of the thickness and the density of this leather. But it's absolutely a gorgeous stitch. So that's a definite pass again. And I'm contemplating whether we should double our odds. I know that we're going to get even a stubbier stitch if we try to do that. So I think we're going to stop. I think we're going to stop there for now. We'll move on to some other material and consider that to be a big success. We'll save this for another day, this other piece that I had cut. So I've got saddle grade leather left. I think we'll go totally the opposite way real quick right now. We're going to go to some velvet. We're going to go to some velvet now. Get a little bit of leather droppings on there. We're going to go to leather now, or velvet, excuse me. We're going to go to velvet now. And I'll see if I can stitch these back to back. I'm hoping that we get some good feed. We got enough pressure foot pressure. We're going to feed these back to back. It's going to be a little bit of a challenge because we got two slippery surfaces. See that? We got two slippery surfaces against each other. And it's going to create a little bit of a challenge, I think. I'll do my best to sew it straight, but no guarantees. So we'll just stitch down this velvet now, So now we've gone from crazy heavy duty and we're going to go to crazy light with this velvet now, 2 layers of this stuff, and see if I can fully stitch these together. We'll look at stitch quality and then we'll move on to our final sew offs and wrap up this live stream. All right, here we go. Get my take up arm all the way up. Get our camera in a little bit closer. And again, when Liz is using this machine down in Texas, she's obviously going to be turning that light on. But for our purposes, we'll leave it off for right now so that we can see that material a little bit better. I think it makes our job a little bit easier. And I could certainly put clips on here, but I'm just going to do my best to kind of keep these together as best as I'm able without putting clips down to hold them together. All right, here we go. Nice and slow, nice and easy. I kind of lost track of it a little bit towards the end. I did a really good job keeping those 2 pieces aligned, and then I got distracted towards the end, and they kind of slipped out of position just a little bit. But all in all, I did pretty good with that, I think. So I'm just going to draw that to the left again, just so we get that thread feeding out evenly and nicely. Give that a clip. Now this will be an interesting challenge to see these stitches because we're dealing with a red velvet and we're dealing with red thread, red velvet. So we'll see what we can see. Probably like when I was trying to use white thread and sew on that lighter denim before Emma sent me the other stuff. It was really, really tough to see that stitching. Okay, so top stitching first. I'll get in there nice and close, see if we can see it, hopefully. Get in there nice and close. That actually shows up. I'm looking at the laptop. That shows up better than I thought it would. You can actually see that stitching very nicely. And that's our top stitching right there. That's our top stitching. Beautiful stitching. Very, very nice. So when a machine is running at the peak of its performance and it's been adjusted and the proper servicing has been done on that machine, you can sew through a wide field of materials, everything from denim to leather to velvet, and with only a subtle presser foot attachment adjustment, presser foot adjustment, you can deliver consistent page 34 plus stitching all the way across the board. Absolutely gorgeous stitching. Now, if we turn it over, we'll look at that lock stitching. And we're going to also see page 34 plus stitching there as well. Very, very nice. Look at it like this also. I think this might be a little bit harder to see vertically on this, but we'll take a look at it anyway. Lock stitching again. And again, take into account as we're sewing this velvet, which is very, very thin, very, very lightweight, we're sewing it with a harpoon needle, a size 100, size 16 needle. So if we're going to be sewing a ton of this velvet, we would probably bring our needle down to a size 80, maybe even a size 75 or 70. But beautiful lock stitching, beautiful top stitching upside down, beautiful top stitching as well on 2 layers of real thin velvet. And our feed dogs, our feed system did an excellent job considering it was working with our presser foot pressure and keeping these 2 layers that are real slippery on the back together and feeding them evenly for the most part until I got a little bit distracted at the end and I just went off course just a little bit right here. But excellent performance by this Queen of Singers in managing. Look at all the materials we managed already: velvet, denim, protected full grain leather, 100% cotton, genuine elk hide. All of these sew offs are page 34 plus, and we haven't made a single adjustment on this machine other than bumping up presser foot pressure. That's it. So it gives you an idea of how well this featherweight convertible, this featherweight free arm, is working right now in delivering world-class stitching, as we would expect from a featherweight. So we've got these sew-offs left. We've got canvas, we've got bubblegum material, and then we also have some of this saddle grade leather that I'd like to do last. If anyone has a strong preference towards canvas versus bubblegum material, I'll do that one first, and then we'll finish off these last 3 sew-offs, and we'll wrap up this live stream. But I hope you found this live stream helpful. We covered so much. I really tried to bring a lot of information to you in the realm of understanding the voltage differences between machines, motors, how you can do bypass to test them, the performance difference when you do a bypass with a lower voltage versus the prescribed voltage for that motor. And I think this will be a great video once it's a video and no longer a live stream, to really, really raise the bar of knowledge for people around the world. I hope it is, because people don't talk a lot about the voltage factor because either they don't understand it, or they're apprehensive to do it. But again, a lot of the information I shared is on your midterm. So make sure you write good notes and you study so that you'll get an A on the midterm. Okay, do that. Get an A on the midterm. And then the leaders will go, "Oh my gosh, you're so smart. You're so smart." Oh, it's fun. Okay, so I'm not seeing any specific input as far as material choice, so I'm going to march ahead. And we'll do canvas, and then we'll do bubblegum material, and then we'll do saddle grade leather last. So I've got 1 layer, 2 layers. Let's see how I fold this here. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. I was trying to do 4 layers. You can tell I'm not very good at origami. So 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Finally got it. So we've got 4 layers, and this is commercial grade canvas. This is even tougher to get through than the army canvas that you've seen me sew in the past, the green stuff. So we're going to try to go through 4 layers of this now, 4 layers of this commercial canvas. I'm hoping that our needle will hold up. I think it will. See if we can lay down some page 34 plus stitching on this canvas. And because this canvas is a woven material, of sorts, our universal needle will actually help us here to go through the material, not damage it, but kind of part the Red Seas in a sense, and hopefully allow us to lay down some great stitching on it. But again, 4 layers of commercial canvas, it's not something you would generally expect to be seen sewn on a featherweight, let alone the Queen of Singers featherweight convertible. A lot of people treat this machine with kit gloves because they are so rare, because they are so valuable. I treat them with a great deal of respect, but I treat them also with a little bit of grit because I know how tough they are. And they kind of sometimes get the short end of the stick in being treated too gently when they're wanting to run with the big boys, if you will. So 4 layers of commercial canvas. Let's see if we can launch into this without a boost to the balance wheel. We're just going to let that motor, that 0.4 amps, do its job, and we'll see how we do on this sew off. We only have 2 sew offs after this, so hopefully our needle, being a Schmetz needle, the best in the world, will be able to deliver on this as well. All right, here we go. I'm going to slow it down. slowing it down intentionally. And I slowed it down because going through canvas like this, there is the potential for skip stitching. And I'm trying to give that hook system adequate time to complete its rotary cycle and not potentially miss that thread as it swoops by the scarf on the left side of the needle very rapidly. And it looks like we definitely nailed it. We definitely nailed it. And certainly that larger needle, when you're going through woven material like this, this type of canvas, it's going to give you a little bit of an edge. A little bit of an edge. You remember some of that spandex-based denim that we tried sewing with a 9014 needle. 9014 needle, only one size smaller. We're having some major issues with trying to get that thread to complete the stitch cycle because it wasn't making a big enough portal for that thread to do its thing. So here I think we nailed it time, but I also slowed the machine down a little bit as well. Slowed the machine down just a bit. And it's okay to do that when you're sewing certain materials with certain needle sizes. Slow that machine down and give that hook system every opportunity to do its magic down in the raceway without racing too quickly to the finish line. The camera's having a little bit of trouble focusing on this. Let me see if I can move it back a little bit. Let's do it like this, maybe. There we go. I'm seeing some beautiful stitching on this commercial canvas. Beautiful stitching. Very, very nice. See if I can turn it this way now for the camera. Very, very nice stitching. Very nice. And again, this is, what did I say? 4 layers. This is 4 layers of commercial canvas. This is the thick of the thick when it comes to canvas material. They're using this in all kinds of heavy applications. And we didn't go through 1 layer, 2 layer, 3 layers. We went through 4 layers of this stuff with a needle that's already run the race. And it delivered beautifully. Delivered beautifully. Look at that stitching. It's absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous stitching. One end to the other. And again, you can see the thickness of that right there. So now we're going to spin it around. Let's look at that lock stitch. See how we did. Canvas and vinyl are materials that might require some tension adjustments. So we're going to see how if we maintain proper tension, even going through these 4 layers of commercial canvas, or whether or not we would have made or wanted to make some sort of an adjustment. Let's take a look. I'm very happy so far. Trying to get the right angle as far as the lighting. Very, very nice. On a couple of the stitches, if you look very, very carefully, there might just be a slight tilt. It's barely noticeable. It's barely noticeable, the slight little tilt. And that is an evidence that the upper tension may not have been high enough for this particular sew-off material. If you ever notice that you're stitching, especially on the lock stitch, as you look at it across like this, it's really, really good looking stitching, but there might just be a slight tilt on some of the stitches. That's an evidence of inadequate upper tension on the lock stitch. So if we were going to be sewing a ton of this commercial canvas, especially 4 layers of it, we might have to bump up that upper tension just a smidge in order to straighten that stitch out to make sure that it's perfectly aligned going all the way across. But all in all, we had a very, very beautiful outcome. A beautiful outcome. For some reason it doesn't want to focus when I do it like this, but then all of a sudden I'll go here and it's all of a sudden happy again. So All right, be happy. Be happy right now. Please. Cameron's saying I'm getting tired too. I'm getting tired too. I've been over 4 hours. There we go. Over 4 hours. I'm getting a little tired. So really good looking lock stitch, very good looking top stitch as well. Might be a little bit overemphasized on the top stitch, which means we would have to increase that upper tension just slightly, take a little bit away from the top stitch, give a little bit more to the lock stitch, make those stitches perfectly aligned, spot on, and we've got a great final product of lock stitch and also top stitch as well through a lot of commercial grade canvas. Okay, so that's another success to add to our pile. Another success with all of our other stitch offs already on this Queen of Singers. Everything from 4 layers of canvas, commercial grade canvas, to velvet, 6 layers of heavy grade denim, 2 layers of protected full grain leather, 100% cotton, and then also this elk hide as well. This would be a stopping point long time ago for a lot of people, but we have just a couple more sew offs to do before we call the deal done in running this Queen of Singers through its final paces and showing that it's not just a pretty face. It's not just a gorgeous face that everyone would love to get their mitts on one of these. Everyone would want to own a Queen of Singers. But it's also showing that this is a working machine too, which is kind of the way Liz looks at it down in Texas. She's saying, I want to use this machine almost daily. And I don't care if there's a couple tiny little scratches here and there. It's a gorgeous machine already. And I'm going to work this puppy and I'm going to maintain it as well. I'm going to maintain it. So lots of evidence of the strength of this, not just another pretty face, but a machine that can go to work for you and can do a wide field of sewing, depending on what your project goals are. So don't be afraid to, as long as you've done your job of maintaining that Queen of Singers, as long as you've done your job in maintaining that machine, don't be afraid, as you've seen on this live stream today, don't be afraid to put it to work. Don't be afraid to put that machine to work and celebrate, especially at a quilting retreat, celebrate making other people freak out when you buzz down leather and other things on your Queen of Singers, and they're like, oh my gosh, I would never do that on my featherweight. I didn't know I could do that on my featherweight is really the honest answer. And all of a sudden you open up their eyes to possibilities, and they go back to their house secretly. They go back to their house secretly and they get a hold of some leather like this. And with the door closed and the drapes drawn and no one else in the house, for the first time, they stitch down some leather or some canvas or some other heavy material that they never would have thought to try on their featherweight or their featherweight convertible, and their mouth drops open and they catch a quick little drop of drool because they're shocked at what their featherweight has been waiting to do for them. They're shocked because they didn't know, they never conceived of a princess of singers or the Queen of Singers being able to handle that level of sewing. That's our job. Our job through the Cow Country family, through these live streams, is to open people's eyes up to new possibilities. And as long as they're maintaining their machines properly, they can do it all day long. It's not a one-off. They can do it all day long. And their machine is going to be gorgeous and sexy. And are you kidding me? At the same time, it's going to be able to dazzle them with that hidden strength, especially once it's left the workshop. Dazzle them with that hidden strength that it's been waiting to show. You know what I mean? It's kind of like a tomboy. If you're a gal and you grew up a tomboy climbing trees and doing everything the boys do, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. You don't need to be playing with dolls or something like that. You want to get out there and rough it. And the same thing is true of our featherweights, whether it's the original featherweight or the featherweight convertible that came out in 1953. These girls are wanting to show that they can be tomboys too. They're wanting to show it. And a lot of people never give them the opportunity. That's why I do these live streams, because I want people to all of a sudden go, holy cow, I didn't know it could do that. I hope that makes sense. Hope it makes sense. All right, let's do some of this bubblegum material. And unlike the, what's the other stuff we just did? Unlike the velvet, I've tried putting this back to back before so we can see the stitching a little bit better. I didn't have much success with that. So I'm going to learn from my lessons and put them facing the same way. And we're going to do 2 layers of this bubblegum material. And if you're brand new to us and you don't know why we call it bubblegum material, check this out. See that? You can stretch this stuff just like bubblegum because of that vinyl that's built into this. It almost has the look of a Naugahyde fake leather, but it's got a lot of vinyl. Look at that stuff all the way down. It's stretchy, stretchy, stretchy. And so this stuff, if you can sew this stuff with your featherweight and not have any skip stitches, if you can sew this stuff and have beautiful stitch quality, your machine is brag-worthy. It's running really, really well. Not as well as my machines, but you know what? That's okay. Because you don't have this that Susie sent me from Minnesota. You don't have the magic wand for the workshop magic. If you did, it still wouldn't be as good because you wouldn't have all my secrets. But anyway, you can dream. Dream big. What do they say? You're never old. You're never old. If one of your dreams is that your machines will sew as well as the ones leaving the workshop, remember this quote. It's a great quote, not just for sewing, but for life. You're never old until regrets take the place of your dreams. You're never old until regrets take the place of your dreams. So hang on to those dreams that your machines will sew as well as the ones leaving the workshop, as I share more and more secrets with you, and you can get your machine more and more optimized. Who knows? Someday in the future, your machines might sew as well as the ones that have gone through those 150 steps that happen when they come to the workshop. Okay? You never know. All right. So here we go. 2 layers of bubblegum material. We're going to go down and stitch down with approximately 6 to 7 stitches per inch. Then we're going to go down it one more time, and we're going to lay down about 15 to 20 stitches per inch. See, with a harpoon needle, if we can go that small and still maintain stitch integrity, stitch quality, stitch presentation, blah, blah, blah. Okay? So let's start big and then take her down from there. All right, here we go. Trying my best to sew straight, but no guarantees. No guarantees. Notice again, I'm kind of pulling it to the side, pulling it to the left there. Yeah, and I think we maintain some really good tension through these 2 layers. Now we're going to take that stitch length down quite a ways. Now we're going to take that stitch length down quite a ways. So we did about 6 to 7. Now we're going to make that stitch super short. And again, that's a little bit more of a challenge. That's a little bit more of a challenge when you're talking about sewing with a size 16 needle. We don't have a Microtex needle in here. We don't have a teeny tiny little needle. We've got a harpoon needle, as Sonny would have said. So we'll see how we do. We did really well on our first stitch down. Now we're going to shorten that quite a bit. And again, this is your stitch length right over here. Bring that up and 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 up. Close to about 15 stitches or so per inch, kind of between 15 and 20. And I never use this little doodad here, but you can spin this puppy right here all the way in so that it kind of locks that in place so it doesn't potentially move. Like I say, I never use it, but it's there. You can use it if you want to. And if nothing else, it'll keep your grandkids entertained. You can have them keep going, kind of like running in a circle. All right, bring her back down again. All right, Johnny, good job. A little bit further, buddy. All right, a little bit further, a little bit further. All right, go the other way now. There you go. Yeah. That a boy, Johnny. All right. So now let's see if we can lay down a teeny tiny little stitch with this Queen of Singers, and we'll look at that stitch quality. And then we got one sew off left, saddle grade leather. Saddle grade leather. All right. Get our take up arm all the way up. All right, here we go. Nice and slow. Yeah, not really slow. I'm kind of going moderate, aren't we? We're kind of in the middle for speed. I'm going to slow it way down now. All right, let's speed her up a little bit. Oh, that's a teeny tiny little stitch. Goodness gravy, I went crazy. I went crazy on that one. Probably went a little bit too small. Went a little bit too small considering we're using a size 16 needle. Oh, well, it's fun anyway. It's fun. It's fun to see those two side by side and contrasted, isn't it? Kind of fun to see those contrasted. All right, let's take a look at these and then we'll do our final sew off. How exciting is that? How exciting is that? And our little transformer over here, we've been running through this transformer the whole time. I just decided I wanted to do it because you got the option over here for 220 to 250, and then you've got the standard option over here for 110 to 125. Been running the whole time. We've been running it pretty hard, and it's not really, I'm just going to real quick set the camera down. Grab my little temperature thing. So we're at about 87, 87.2, 87.2. 86.5, 87.2 on the front of here. So you can see we've been running this the whole time through this live stream. We ran it with the 220 as well, 250, and this this step up, step down converter, it doesn't get super hot. It doesn't get super hot. If you've ever used one of those slow cookers, if anyone ever uses a slow cooker to make some of their meals, if you're cooking a roast or something like, or if you're cooking vegetables in a slow cooker, if you're say a vegan or a vegetarian, whatever you are, you'll notice sometimes because those slow cookers, if you've never looked at the data plate, look at the data plate on your slow cooker in your kitchen after this live stream. Go to your slow cooker or your pressure cooker or whatever you want to call them. Look at that and look at that data plate. You will be shocked about the watts, the wattage that device demands. And just a quick little tip that has nothing to do with sewing, really. If you're ever using one of those slow cookers, some people will use them out in the yard sometimes in the summer if they're doing like a family gathering or something of that nature. Never, ever, 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 ever plug one of those slow cookers into a real long extension cord. You have a potential fire hazard. You've got to go with a real short cord because of the wattage demand and how it superheats anything other than the original cord that comes off of that appliance. How do I know that? I made the mistake one time of taking like a 50-foot extension cord that you would use, the orange ones. Never thought a thing about it. Just plugged the slow cooker into that puppy, walked away from it, came back, and what did I see? The 50-foot cord closest to the appliance that was plugged into it, the outer coating, that orange coating, was actually starting to melt. And when I touched the cord, it was like pull the hand back. And I learned the lesson talking to a person at the hardware store. If you're going to use a slow cooker and you need a little bit more reach to reach that, pick a real short one, probably less than 10 feet, 6 to 10. Actually superheat that extension cord and actually cause it to melt. And in worst case scenario, it'll cause a fire. So that's the impact of wattage. And that's why when you're looking at these these adapter things, these transformers, wattage is so critical. Like I said, a sewing machine is only going to require about 100 watts, whereas your slow cooker might require 1,600 to 2,000 watts. 1,600 to 2,000 watts. And if you put an extension cord on that cooker, you're going to have a fire. Seriously. So just realize the impact of understanding even the basics of electrical could save you from burning your house down or worse. You know what I mean? Yeah. Okay. So all that blah, blah, blah. Now we're finally back to our bubble gum. So this is our top stitching. Let's look at that first. Our top stitching on bubblegum material. And again, realize we're using a size 16 needle. So when we get down to these tiny, tiny little stitches, they're not going to have quite the clarity that they would have if we were using a Microtex needle or a real small embroidery needle. We would be able to have a lot better clarity of stitch. But look at that top stitch row where we're sewing right around 6 to 7 stitches per inch, somewhere in that realm. Beautiful stitching. And again, this is not an easy material to sew. This is bubblegum material, and it's real high in the vinyl. Real high in the vinyl. Yeah, that harpoon needle right here, like a bull in a china shop. That like a bull in a china shop. That big harpoon needle, size 16. It's saying, "Are you serious? Are you serious? You want me to try to sew close to 20 stitches per inch with a harpoon needle? Are you nuts?" Yeah, we are nuts a little bit, but we have fun doing it. But you can see we're using a harpoon needle to sew that teeny tiny. It's a little bit kind of a joke. It's a little bit of a joke because that poor needle just isn't able to do it. It's trying really hard. It's trying really hard, but it's saying, I don't think so. I don't think so, man. I'm giving it a go, but you give me 6 or 7 stitches per inch with a size 16 needle, I'll do it all day long. Look at that stitching on the other column. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful stitching. So there's our top stitching. Absolutely page 34 plus. Absolutely page 34 plus. Beautiful stitching. We turn it over, look at that lock stitch. Very nice stitching as well. I've got to get really super close. Maybe like this. I think this is better. That's our lock stitching right there. No skip stitching, which you would expect to maybe have that happen. We've got a needle that's starting to tire. We've got a heavily vinyl content type bubblegum material. And yet we've got gorgeous stitching in both columns all the way down. And that's our lock stitch again. That's our lock stitch right there. Beautiful stitching. Beautiful. Wow. Wow. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. This is kind of fun to do with 2 fingers. If you get bored at home and you got nothing else to do, take some material like this, stitch it off, and then try flipping it with your 2 fingers both ways. Ha ha! Yeah, shebang! Whoa! Yeah! Okay. Stop it now, Scott. Stop it. So what have we done? We're on our last sew off now. Thank goodness gravy, because I've been blah, blah, blahing now for 4 hours and 24 minutes. 4 hours and 24 minutes. Because we covered all the other stuff over here. It wasn't all sewing. We didn't sew for like the first 2 hours or so or something like that. But we went through bubblegum material. We went through commercial grade canvas. We went through velvet. We went through heavy grade denim. We went through protected full grain leather. We went through cotton. We went through genuine elk hide. All of this stuff on the live stream. Other people that are window dressing their YouTube channel for sewists, they would have quit like 2 hours and 35 minutes ago, maybe 3 hours ago, because they wouldn't have shown you what this featherweight convertible, this 222K from 1958, I believe. Yes, 1958, born March 17th, 1958, this machine right here. They wouldn't have shown you all the capabilities of this machine that with no tension adjustment whatsoever, that you could jump around between elk hide, cotton, protected full grain leather, denim, velvet, canvas, commercial canvas, and bubblegum material. All of this, no tension adjustment whatsoever, and page 34 plus stitching all the way through. So you know what? And if you don't know, I've got my thoughtful smart glasses on right now. If you don't know what page 34 means and you're brand new to us, ask someone in the audience. Doesn't have to be a leader, could be a leader, but ask someone in the audience, what is Scott talking about page 34? I'm seeing beautiful stitching, like drop dead gorgeous stitching. What is this page 34 stuff all about? What does that mean? One of the people that's a regular in the audience, whether it's a leader or someone else, they'll tell you what that means. They'll tell you what that means through all of these sew-offs. I think this is cool. Don't you think this is cool? I think it's cool. So let's go to our final sew-off now, which is saddle grade leather. This is the kind of stuff they make gun holsters out of. They make, I think they make some equestrian. Am I saying that right? For horses. They make the reins. They make different saddle parts maybe out of it as well. Different things relating to horses. So this stuff, it varies depending on where it comes from the hide. Probably about 6 ounces of leather if you look at it from the side. Kind of show it to you like this. Not an easy sew off. Not easy peasy at all. Definitely not easy. Definitely not something people think about sewing on a featherweight, let alone a Queen of Singers featherweight convertible. No, that's not on their list. Matter of fact, it's on their forbidden taboo list. But we're going to do it because I want people to understand that featherweights and featherweight convertibles like this one, they're ready to get the job done if you give them a chance and if you maintain them properly. If you maintain them properly, they're ready to do the job for you. But a lot of people treat them like a princess. They treat them like that little girl that only can play with dolls instead of she really wants to climb trees with the boys. So let's let our featherweights and our featherweight convertibles climb the trees with the boys, right? We want to climb trees. Let's climb trees. And you'll discover if you've done a good job of maintaining your machines, or especially if they've come through the workshop, that you can do sew-offs like I just showed you and make it look.
That was easy. That was easy.
You can make it look easy. And people at a sewing retreat or a quilting retreat or something like that, they're going to be looking on you like, what did you do to that machine? How did you make super powered? How did you do it? And you're going to say, workshop magic, workshop magic, workshop magic. Yeah, that's all we say. Yeah. All right, so let's do our final sew off. And I'm not even going to goof around with doing a single layer on the saddle grade. You've already seen me go through protected full grain leather. You've already seen elk hide. You've already seen 6 layers of heavy denim. You've already seen all the other stuff I've shown you. We're just going to go right for 2 layers straight away. Right away, we're going to do it. We're not going to goof around, create any drama. We're just going to get her done. But I got to spin my little thing first. Spin it, spin it. So we can go all the way down to 6 to 7 stitches per inch. All right, this is going to be our final sew off. I'm going to get my take up arm all the way up. Final sew off, and then we'll look at our stitch offs real quick again, kind of recapture things. Let's wrap it up and call it a day and enjoy the rest of your weekend. And just a reminder again, Tuesday, we're going to be in featherweight land again, but we're going to be looking at a featherweight that is a standard 221 0.4 amp motor, and it's a Centennial model, which makes it real special. That's Mary's machine. Mary's machine we're going to be checking out. Lord willing, and the creek don't rise on Tuesday. Tuesday is what we're going to be doing. Yeah. You bet we are. Now, the question I have is, am I going to be able to give this enough gas? Give it enough gas without a to get through this final sew off on this saddle grade leather. 2 layers of it, 2 layers. I'm going to give it a try. I'm going to give it a little bit more gas than I normally would. See if we can launch into this and get her done. Get her done, as they say in Texas and Missouri and everywhere else, that there are super cool people. Super cool people. All right, here we go. Keep your fingers and toes crossed. Otherwise, I'll grab that balance wheel, give her a little bit of a jump, and then we'll go from there. All right, here we go. All right, think strong. You're only 0.4 amps, but you've trained for this. You've dreamed of this moment for years. Treated like a princess, not allowed to climb trees. What's up with that? I want to climb trees with you right now. All of us in the live stream want you to be able to climb trees. So climb trees by sewing through these 2 layers of saddle grade leather. Get it done. Make it happen. Don't apologize. Don't win. Don't get all tensed. Relax, but tighten up at the same time, because this is going to be tough. All right, let's get her done. Here we go. Come on. You can do it. I hope. Maybe. You never know. All right, here we go. Oh, come on. Don't do that. You can do this. Do this. Come on. You can do it. You got it. Now you're going. Keep going. Yes. Well, you know what? It's okay that she was getting ready for that. She was getting ready for climbing the trees, and then she saw how tall the tree was, and she was like, I'm not sure. But then we gave her a little shove, just a gentle shove. And she was like, okay, I can climb that tree. I can do that. I can get up that tree. Maybe. Hope. I still don't think I gave her enough gas. I should have given her a little bit more gas. I wimped out on you. It's my fault. Okay. And again, our setup today, if you're joining us really late on this live stream, our setup today is we're sewing with a Schmetz 100/16 universal needle. So we're sewing with a size 16 universal needle. Universal needles, again, have a rounded end slightly. It's not a serrated, sharp edge point like a leather needle. So to be able to go through this, when she hit that a little bit and paused for a moment, I'm not surprised, because we don't have the benefit of a leather needle. But then she got in motion with just a little bit of a nudge from us, and she went down these 2 layers of saddle grade leather, and I think she did a beautiful job. I'll show you the stitching now. And also we're sewing with 100% cotton thread. It may be a little bit easier to get through leather if we were using 100% polyester thread. It just interacts with the leather a little bit differently. It's got a little bit more of a slide, and it'd be a little bit easier to get through than cotton thread. But who wants it easy, right? Anyone can do it easy. We're not about easy. We're about excellence. So once I get it facing the right way, we're about excellence. All right. So here's our top stitching. Again, we went through probably about 6 ounces of saddle grade leather using a featherweight convertible 222K. There you are. You're almost focused on it. I know you're getting tired, camera. I know you're getting tired. You got this. Come on. There you go. Yeah. There you go. Well, good job. Yeah. Folks, that is a page 34 plus stitch. What a great way to wrap up. What a great way to wrap up with this featherweight convertible, this 1958 222K that is destined to go to Texas. Come on. You were doing great. Don't go out of focus. This 222K that's destined to go to Texas, and laying down gorgeous stitching with a tiring needle to boot through all of this leather. Look at that. Saddle grade leather, and laying down gorgeous stitching all the way down. Look at it like this as well. I think it's sometimes easier to see the stitching this way. And look at the size. look at the size of the hole that size 116 size needle is making. I mean, it's making a serious hole in that leather. You can see that hole. You could throw a small cow through that hole right now. They talk about a camel through a needle. you could throw a cow through that hole that size 100 needle is making. That's a serious hole. Beautiful stitching. Beautiful stitching. So that's what a page 34 plus stitch looks like on 2 layers of saddle gray leather. You've seen it over and over and over again with this Queen of Singers from 1958. She's not just a pretty face. She's not just a girl that wants to play with dolls. She wants to shoot off some 50 cals, climb the trees with the boys, wrestle a cougar, you name it. This girl wants to get her done. She's not afraid to get dirty. She's not afraid to roll up her sleeves. That's what makes an outstanding machine that not only is a trophy for the family, not only an heirloom piece, but also a working machine like Liz wants down in Texas. That's exactly what this girl is all about. All about. And now let's look at the lock stitch. I don't think we're going to see anything dramatically different. I don't think so. There she is right there. Beautiful lock stitch. And again, as you go through this much leather, you might have to make a little bit of a tension adjustment, but I think we got her done really, really well. Really, really well. And look, when that size 16 needle comes through that leather, see that little puff of leather that it displaces? That gives you an idea of the density of this saddle gray leather. You wouldn't see that on a garment or a lighter gauge type leather, but you're going to see it on heavier leather like this. Creates that little puff when that needle pierces the leather and pushes through. Unbelievable. Wow. Lock stitch again. See if our camera will work just a little bit longer for us. Absolutely amazing. That's a gorgeous lock stitch. That's a gorgeous top stitch through 2 layers. Look at that from the side right there. That's like a belt. That's like a belt. We just sewed through a belt with a featherweight convertible, a featherweight 222K. So go to your quilting retreats and cause the faint ladies that want to play with dolls, cause them to fall over and faint when you start stitching down saddle grade leather and other leathers like that with your featherweight, whether it's a standard featherweight or convertible like this one. Just make those ladies faint because they're not ready to climb trees with us. They're not ready. They'd like to climb trees, but they're not ready. We're ready to get the job done. And this Queen of Singers is definitely ready to head to Texas. Yeah, it is. Because that's the kind of things they do in Texas right there. Yep. 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 Ha ha. Woo, doggy. Yeah. So what do we do on this live stream today other than nearly electrocute me, trying to show those motors and everything at the beginning? No, we didn't electrocute anybody. But I hope again, covering all that electrical stuff. And if you missed it, rewind and watch it. Because that's really valuable, I think, to have that info. I hope it is. This is all we did on the live stream today. We did 100% cotton, beautiful stitching. We did genuine elk hide, beautiful stitching. We did 2 layers of saddle grade leather. We just did that one, beautiful stitching. Yeah, rewind it, watch it again. We did protected full grain leather, 2 layers with a featherweight convertible, probably about 6 to 8 ounces. We did bubblegum material. We did commercial grade canvas. We did velvet, which is probably what some of those featherweight owners would clap about. Oh, look at, he did velvet. Oh, he did velvet. What are you doing with that leather? Don't you dare try to sew that leather on my featherweight. Oh, I just did it. Ha ha. What do you think of that? So yeah, we did velvet and we did, what is this? Denim. See, I'm so fried after 4.5 hours. We did denim, 6 layers of that, 6 layers of denim, velvet, 4 layers of commercial canvas, bubblegum material, 2 layers of protected full grain leather, 2 layers of saddle grade leather, elk hide, cotton, and a partridge in a pear tree. We did it all today because it's how we roll. It's how we roll at Cow Country. So if you've been dreaming, not of a white Christmas, not yet, don't go there. Don't even go there. If you've been dreaming of owning a featherweight or a featherweight convertible, but you don't want to be a girl that just plays with dowels or a boy that just plays with dowels for that matter, you want to be able to climb trees, then buy that machine. And while I still have my shingle hanging up, rush it to the workshop. Let me do my magic to it and then get it back and climb trees with that featherweight and featherweight convertible. This is tree climbing. This is playing with dolls. Yeah, be a tree climber. We need more tree climbers. Don't you agree? We need more tree climbers. All right. Well, God bless you guys. Thank you so much to the leadership team for being such a great support and being such a blessing to the family. Thank you also to Liz from the great state of Texas. And I never told you, I guess I did tell you all the story. I told you all the story about how she came here not knowing anything about me and was introduced to me by way of the quilting shop, blah, blah, blah. And now she's going to get a featherweight convertible down in Texas. Yeah. So there you go. Miracles happen every day at the workshop. And that's kind of what they look like right there. I think they're going to fall over and then they're not going to be a miracle anymore. But all right, just stay there. Don't move. Just right there. It's good. All right. Take care, everybody. And we'll see you hopefully on Tuesday, where we're going to be working with another featherweight, but it's not going to be a convertible. It's not going to be a 222K. It's going to be a Centennial featherweight 221. Yeah, it is. All right, get close. Capture that shine, the shine over there, because I put wax over there and everything. Did I get all the wax off? Maybe. Yeah. All right, take care. See ya. All right, let's put on some music. I want music. Can we have music? Just a little bit of music? Yeah, let's put on music. Music, maestro. Yeah. Music, maestro. Irish music, please. Yeah, that'd be good. Wait, correction. Irish music, Scottish music. Scottish. Scotland, not Ireland. I know they can see my hands. They know you're not real. Sort of. Right. Here.
That was easy. That was easy.
I'm trying to hide my arm, but I can't. Go, 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 hop, 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 hop. All right. Well, everybody take care. Hope to see us Tuesday morning. And God bless. And thanks again to all the leaders that helped out take care of the family. We'll see ya. Bye. Yeah, that's true. Move that right there. There we go. Denim, velvet, elkine, cotton, saddle grade, protected full grain, bubblegum material, and commercial canvas. Oh, I don't want to block them. Don't block that. That's bad. Put it down there. All right. Now we're done. Yeah, now we're done.